Good morning. Hello. Thought I'd start out just by farming the fields. All my wemp is ready. Oh, cats is on. Yeah, it's turned on the stream. You might notice I still have this issue with the flickering camera. I spent a little bit more time this morning trying to troubleshoot it with no luck, fortunately. There it is. A little bit of flickering. It seems as though it has something to do with powers or you know, the motherboard, the way the power is being distributed. I've tried like several USB ports. Hey, cats. Good morning. This seems to be your morning now, I think. It's like the same as my morning. I should probably eat food. I'll drink. I'm not going for skill. Yeah, indeed, it's your morning right now. Yeah. Yeah. I honestly have no idea how to fix this flickering of my camera. It seems it's like a hardware issue. Um, a lot of places have suggested you try adjusting the power, like increasing the power to the USB, or make sure that the computer doesn't turn off the power. I honestly have no idea what it is. Yep, slurping my morning coffee as you speak. But it's got to be what, 5 p.m. If I had to guess for you. But yeah, I am slurping my coffee too. Flicking on the camera, maybe my webcam. Yep, my webcam. It's very intermittent. It might be every 30 seconds or every minute or so. You'll see this like blurp. The whole webcam flickers around a little bit. Ooh, one extra. I mean, it's not too terrible. I wouldn't. Let me see what's in here. Okay, so I got. That's where my meal went that I was missing from last week. Oh no, the lunchbox is in here too. Never mind. Well, hopefully the flickering isn't too bad. It's yeah, exactly. It's like here and there. It's a very odd thing. Whoops, 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 whoops. I need to rake that field first. Let's see. 11 bales I would get. Let's see if raking actually does anything. 12 bales. Yeah. I wonder. I've been raking these fields with my low quality rake. I know that if I do it with my high quality rake, I will increase my yield a little bit more, or have a better chance of increasing the yield. It'll also go faster, so let's do that now. Yeah, exactly 5 p.m. Yeah, I know that it probably bothers me way more than it bothers anybody else. Yeah, it doesn't. It's only a little flicker here and there. Like when it definitely has something to do with this computer because it didn't happen on my old computer, and I remember when I got this computer, my students noticed it during the online learning. Oh, it's too much for that pile. Let's see, is that 100 already? 81. That's weird. Is in here. Only 5. So why wouldn't the 5? Oh, I know why. It's like the transferring bug. You know how they added this thing where you can transfer items from one pile to another. Just by control, and it turns the icon into a hand, and you grab it and you slide it into the other pile. I feel like there's like still a bug with that where it doesn't take the whole pile. Here, I'll see if I can show it. I can't do it with that one there. You haven't? Yeah, I haven't remembered to use that actually. Oh man, such a good, such a good feature. Honestly, like no more do you have to open up the containers. Here, let's see. I will put a little bit down here on this tile. And then I'll put a little bit on this tile. Okay. So you have two tiles. And I want to grab all of these ones. Let's see how many are in here. Let's just hold these up so that we can sort of see what's happening. There's 10 in there. And then there's 45 in here. And I'm just going to grab from this pile here using the control. And I grab it over and put it over here. Okay. But you should notice the problem is it doesn't take the whole pile. It leaves two. It leaves two Wemp plants left over. And then you have to grab each one individually. Actually, it's not even grabbing the individual ones. That's so weird. Like it obviously, I think if I grab it and put it here, no. Just gotta pick them up. You have to pick them up. Oh, that. You see that? When I pick those up. Hold on. Hold on. Did it do what I just saw it do? Okay, I'm just gonna do this one more time. Let's try this again. Okay, so there's 42 here and 13 here for a total of 55. When I hold control and I drag this over to here, now it worked. Okay, okay. Well, let's try to reproduce this. Okay, I'm gonna just pick all this up. This has got to be reproducible because it happens so often. I'm just gonna use two different tiles just in case. Let's drop this right here. Let's drop the rest over here. And, oh, I hate these window sizes. Wish by default they would just like be this big or something around there. Okay, let's try this again. This is weird. Grab and drop it over here. Okay, that didn't even work. Grab. Okay, there we go. But you see, all 55 are in this pile. Yet visually there's two left over here. But then when I go over here and I pick up these, watch the number 55, I pick up one, it now goes to 54, and I pick up another, 53. That's just odd. And it's been like that since they introduced this system. I use it all the time now. Whoa, that only picked up one. Why? Okay, and that picked up the whole pile. I like having them down the same row for picking up. Oh, killing the horses again, I see. Or I hear, anyway. Yeah, it's exactly. It's like a visual glitch. It's so weird. Such a weird thing. Anyway. Oh, this one here is not even ready. See, this is the downside to having animals on your farm. Like there's an upside and a downside. The upside is that every so often the animals graze on your fields, and what that does is it moves the stage of growth back one, but it doesn't reduce the yield. So, like, let's say, let's say I look at this one here, and it says I'll get 8 bales of wheat from this one here. But if this horse comes over here and eats from it, it'll go back a stage, but it will stay 8 bales. So I can rake it again, and it has a chance of going up to 9, right? So you can increase your yield this way. The problem is that animals aren't consistent, right? They're not going to go tile by tile doing this to each one systematically. They're going to do it to, you know, a tile here and a tile there, and sometimes the same tile twice. And so when it comes to the day where you're about to farm your fields or harvest all your stuff, you're going to find tiles like this one where it's not quite ready yet. But if I wait any longer, some of these tiles are going to go bad. It's kind of annoying. Oh, I'm using my low quality rake again. Let's put this one here. I'm actually still getting pretty good skill on Wemp with a 1 quality rake at, what's my skill? 86. It's not optimal by any stretch of the imagination, but it's probably like 30% of the time I get a skill tick. Which is enough to watch the numbers go up. But today we're not really raking the fields too much. Mostly harvesting. And harvesting barely gives you any skill. Like, we can watch this. Harvesting is going to give me like no skill ticks. Let's see. And if you do get a skill tick from harvesting, it's very small. In fact, so far I've only gotten 0.002 skill. And that's mostly probably from the rake. Raking action. Hey, the parser. You are very welcome. Are you referring to the animal eating? The animal grazing on the field? Yes, yes. So like on a freshly sowed tile, if an animal grazes it, kicks it back a stage and therefore it's gone. Exactly. Yeah. Hey, the J Bopper. How goes the worming? It goes great. In fact, yesterday I finally did something. I completed the Benediction journal entry. Now I was an idiot and like I completed it, and then the moment I completed it, I realized I made a terrible, terrible mistake in that I hadn't used up my sleep bonus. I still had actually pretty large amount of sleep bonus, like probably 3 hours or something. And I completely forgot that completing the Benediction journal gives you 5 hours sleep bonus. So I should have spent the time and channel grinded or something, or just skilled up for a bunch, spent my sleep bonus. Rake isn't used for harvesting. Yes, I know. I know. I definitely know that I'm not getting any COC bonus for harvesting, but it's like it doesn't matter. It's not about the size of the tick. It's about the frequency of the tick, right? So how frequent am I going to get a farming tick while harvesting? From my experience, it's like super never. Oh, there's one. And it's a 0.0003. So even if I had 100 COC on that, it would be 0.0006. And for farming, when I'm actually farming, sleep bonus on in a COC rake. It's more like 0.003 or 2. Like it's a order of magnitude larger. Now I don't know if I let's say I turned on sleep bonus there. That would double it. And let's say well, yeah, you're not getting COC on there. But let's suppose that like I want to compare it to a farming tick. It might actually be equivalent to a farming tick now that I think about it. You put in all the modifiers and lengthen the action timer and do all the things. It might end up being 0.002. Yeah, miniature ticks, yeah. But partially the miniature ticks are, as Maddernass says, it's due to it's not using my rake. It's actually using my hands or no tools or whatever it does. I wish they allowed you to put CFC on your hand, or make it like your hand is, I don't know, your hand uses the glove that you're wearing, or maybe I don't know, something like that would be nice because there's a lot of actions that use your hand that you can't get Circle of Cunning on. Particularly pottery is a pretty bad one for that. Let's see. Did I bring enough? Did I bring enough? Went 69. I don't think that's enough. I'm gonna have to. You know what I'll do? I'll just harvest that tile there and use the seeds. That's okay. Don't worry. Yeah, you can keep killing. We'll keep hearing the horses. Oh, thanks, Saf. You advertised my stream there. I did not notice what was going on there. Saturn 5. Yes. Well, actually, I think you've been keeping up with your Wurm Roulette streams. I think just this week was canceled. Oh, the flickering. The flickering is driving me crazy. Right, you did a Wurm Roulette stream last week, not this most recent one, but the one before that. Um, it was just canceled this week. I feel like you've been keeping those up, just on YouTube now, right? Just on YouTube. You missed several weeks of Wurm Roulette, actually. Not in a row, though. I know that it almost feels like it's every other week now, or something like that. If you like, you missed this most recent week, and then you might have. There was a stream the week before that. Oh, it was only 2 weeks running. Oh, time is going by weirdly for me. Maybe. Yeah, June 29th. Yeah, okay. So today is the 17th. Oh, I see. So let's see. Worm Roulette is on Tuesdays. So you missed the 13th. Oh, I see. And you missed the 6th. So the last one was the 29th. Okay, so 2 weeks. And then you might have missed the one before that. I know like you're experiencing the insane summer heat. How many will I get from this one here? 7. Okay, that's fine. I will just take them. They end up coming out lower quality than the other ones will. So I'm just going to use them for the seeds. I lose one. I gotta replant anyway. And that should cover this field. Ooh, the lights all turned off. You see, cats, now that my graphics are all turned up, I actually noticed the light changes. You see that Z fighting right on that corner of the building there? It's like the horrible Z fighting. I saw a post on the forums of somebody providing a solution to that Z fighting. Particularly in this case, the one where it's right on the corner of the walls. He explains exactly why it's happening. And it's happening because this wall on the left and this wall on the right are kind of like overlapping on that corner bit. That little spot. They're like right in the same spot. The surfaces are right on top of each other. And so the renderer doesn't know which one to render. So it like renders one, then it renders the other, and it flip flops between them. But he had designed, like he said, well, all you need to do is take one side of the wall and not have it surface there. Like take let's say this wall here, it will have its surface there, but this wall here will not. It'll be more like rectangle, like a squared off. Rotate the T wall? Yeah, but if I rotate the T wall, like this one here, the arch wall, or rotate this one. No, the arch. So if I rotate the arch, won't the arch go the other way? I don't know if I can do that with. Let's see, rotate wall. Oops. Oh, I can't do it. Okay, so I rotate the wall, but now it looks all funky, right? It's like going the wrong way. I mean, it fixed the problem because the arch wall won't have a model over here. But like it happens. Let's see. I guess it's not happening here. I see like what you're saying. Like you can rotate one of them, but yeah, this one's not going to work. And then if I rotate the Oriole, then doesn't that put this thing on the inside? Yeah, there's the Z fighting. So if I rotate this wall, that puts that on the inside. I'm sure that'll fix that'll fix the Z fighting, but it doesn't. It puts the Oriole on the inside. Yeah, this does seem to be unsolvable. Yep. Anyway, it's a little bit annoying. I know Z fighting is one of these things that many games cannot quite fully solve. And this one, because players can place things wherever they want, then you get Z fighting all over the place. Yeah. Madnath, you're in here. I really like this guy's comment. Mobius. Looks like you joined a long list of wormies that fell in victim to the 100 or get the fuck out addiction. uh, yep. I've been sort of keeping tabs on your skilling, going for 100 on a whole bunch of stuff. That's just insanity. Insanity. I mean, for me, I'll settle for 99.9. You know, I'm happy there. I think I'll stop at that point because I know the rest of the way to 100 is just awful. It's just awful. All right, I'm just gonna finish this field because the other field over there, I've offset them. So I'll do that. I'll just go over there and farm it later. And then tomorrow I'll do this harvesting on them. Feints from here, Griff demonstrate that he knows what the F in GTFO stands for. What's so funny is that I I don't swear, but not because like I think it was mostly because once I had kids, it was the kids that stopped my swearing. Also because I'm a teacher, it sort of I had to train myself to not. But that's just been over time. Oh, that last one's not going to go. The last couple aren't going to go. Queuing. 99.995 shipbuilding, slowly getting to the Ancient Mariner. Jeez. That's crazy. Hey, Vanna Games. Welcome. How's it going? So once we're finished here, I'm going to pick up all this wemp, put it into the bin, and then I'm going to get Griffiths to start rope making. While Xander starts casting, and I'm just going to test this out because I got Benediction. Oh, a rare roll on a planting action. Nice. Now that I got Benediction, that gives me an extra 5 power on all my casts. So kind of want to see how that plays out. Damn kids. Mess everything up. Tries to imagine Griff dropping F bombs in his everyday life. Impossible thought. Yeah, it's hilarious because like even people at my work, they're afraid to swear in front of me because of that. And it's like I don't know. Maybe it's like the vibe I give off. I have no idea what it is. I completely do not mind people swearing. This is in front of my kids. Okay, yeah, I've seen that happen before. It's I think that's part of it, right? Like when one person gets a rare roll, there's a very good chance somebody else is a rare roll. Um, maybe I don't know what I do that gives that off, but okay. It was not always that way. Let's put it that way. I need a few more seeds. Let's see. I actually was debating there whether I should just do a whole bunch. I'll double up on my prey. Okay, get these ones going. Tell you what, it was not always that way. It was not always that way. In fact, the exact opposite. You wouldn't recognize me when I was young. If I was, if you saw me as a teenager or early 20s, you would definitely not recognize me. Or I had my long hair, ripped jeans. I was a metalhead. All right. So the other day, or was it? Yeah, I think it was the other day. I grabbed 2 wild hell horses from the steppe because I wanted to sort of like compare. Um, I'll just put them in here. I wanted to compare. Um, yeah, metalhead. Oh, okay. Just give me a second. Oh, okay. That's Let's see. I'm missing your guys' comments. Let's see. Playing Wurm while watching Wurm stream is like being with people with the same ringtones. Was that me or you? Aren't rare windows server wide? It seems like to be nightmare to track each client's window. Not impossible, I guess. It's possible that they are server wide. It's possible. I mean, it would explain a lot of observations that I've had. Like so much so that when I get a rare roll on one tune, I quickly go over to the other tune and do an action quickly so that I can get that rare roll on that one too. And it seems to work as long as you do it quick enough and you hit the window. It's also not uncommon to get multiple rare rolls in a row. Tell us what you were like as a teen, Griff. Oh yeah, that was before I said I was metalhead. Yep. Yep. I was a hooligan. Probably the best word for it. Ooh, already one of the farming. But I was a nerdy hooligan, you know? The type that played D&D and that sort of stuff. Hooligans are soccer fans. Popcorn, popcorn. Nobody calls it soccer unless you're in North America. All right. I think that's good. And so how many of you gotten your spyglass yet? So I log on Xander maybe it was yesterday or the day before. It was the day before. And he has his spyglass. And so I did the slash playtime. And it says you've been premium a total of 12 months. So I say that's kind of cool. So I go over to Griffith and I'm like, okay, does Griffith have a spyglass? And no, he does not. Because when I do his playtime, it's only 11 months. Which is extremely strange because both tunes were created on the same day. And Griffith got premium first by like days. I think Xander might have gotten premium 3 or 4 days after Griffith did. Griffith got premium on day one of the server launch. Yeah, it's like weird. I don't understand. I don't understand it. It doesn't seem to make sense. It doesn't line up. Like the counting, the way that they count the number of days premium or however many months premium seems to be off for different tunes. Right? There was one year where, based on the number of months premium you had, you would get a different. I think it was for the Wurm anniversary, and they were giving out these knapsacks. They basically functioned exactly the same as a backpack, except for they were only 1 kilogram instead of 2 kilograms, and they had a different. They had a little. They looked different, so instead of them looking like this, they had like the Wurm question mark bag, which was really cool. And depending on how long you've been playing for, would determine its rarity and the material that it's made out of. Now, Brian and I logged in on the same day and got premium on the same day, like way back when. And we had been premium for the same amount of time. In fact, I would probably say I was probably premium longer than he was because there were times where we took a break and maybe our premium dropped, but I'd always be the one who came back first, or it seemed like there were a lot more instances where I was playing by myself and he wasn't, similar to what's happening right now. And yet, on that day when we all got the knapsacks, he got a fantastic one and I only got a supreme. I was like thinking that doesn't make sense. I feel like I have been premium far longer than he has, and yet he had the knapsacks exactly. So there's got to be something wrong with the way that they count these months. There's got to be. Yeah. Anyway, how do I take this backpack off? Put that back in my bags. All right. I'm going to make sure that these in here. I'm wondering if I should put that log back on the merchant. I think I'll be okay. I don't just need to carry a lot of things. Let's move the knife into the backpack. Let's move the measuring jug into the backpack. Let's see, what else could I move into the backpack? These cosmetic hats. Okay. And I'm going to get Griff started on cordage ropes. Some of these are a little bit bigger than they need to be. Yep. And let's pull out some of these. Oops. One more. Although, it's a good question. Oh yeah, okay, so I'm still at 39.97 mind logic. Like right now I'm taking 4 stacks of combined wemp fiber. That way I just activate it on this, I'll get all 4 actions on the queue. But I'm like on the cusp of getting the 5th action, like really close. The edit placeholder graphic that I didn't realize was intentional. I always thought that they didn't have time to make a model. My mind is still shattered when Retro explained that little back. Yeah. Oh, when they came out with those knapsacks, though, it was like I knew right away it was intentionally. It was like an homage. Around that time, they're trying to get rid of every single knapsack, like the little question mark bag icon. They're trying to get rid of every single one. They were going through every single model that was still yet to be put into the game, and they tried their best to make a 3D model in the world. And so that year, they made the knapsack have that model as an homage because there was going to be a moment where you will never see that model again. Okay, where is my rope tools? Here they are. Okay, I think I'll use this one, the non-rare one. All right. Now that that's done, I'm gonna get Xander all set up. Oh, goodness! Look at Griffith's food bars. Okay, and he's gonna be waddling over to the larder. Let's do Xander first. Okay, so I'm going to get some channeling food. Um, I think that's it. I don't need anything else, and I'll fill up with some more. Let's see, insect meat maybe, or is the horse meal still here? Okay, I'll take. There's not much. I'm gonna have to make some more of this stuff. Okay, I'll just take the insect meal. Let's fill up on the rest of that. Waddling over to the. Yeah, I know. Well, here we go. Waddle, 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 waddle. Okay, and that was the last horse murder. Nice. Okay, and I'm gonna give him some rope making. Rope making. Here it is. plenty, and just, you know what? I'm gonna use a refresh on Griff because it looks like he fasted the other day, or maybe it was yesterday. Refresh. We open all these bins, and we'll get going on him. Okay, and then Xander needs a drink. Oh, and I need some stuff to cast on. So let's go in here. I have prepared a whole bunch of horseshoes. I need to get these horseshoes restocked. After the break came back and my merchant was like completely empty. There's like some low quality horseshoes still on there, but all the decent casts and all the decent horseshoes were gone. So I'm going to try to restock the merchant. Yeah, something like 30 damage pizza with mold. Exactly. It is what it is. And it works well enough. I find that it works pretty well until it's almost completely gone. Like at 80 damage is probably around where you stop wanting to eat it anymore. But like 30 damage is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with 30 damage food. It still gives the affinity, and it still keeps the nutrition not terrible. Okay. So I have some favor here already. So let's just do one cast here. And I'm going to turn on sleep bonus on both. But in order for this to work, I'm going to have to turn on the Wurm assistant. You know what? I won't turn it on right now because I'm going to have to pause anyway. To sacrifice. Okay, so the Wurm assistant's on. You might be hearing the little blings. What's my resolution set at? I have a 2K resolution screen. Yeah, so it's probably why it looks all like that. I didn't hear the ding. Let's see. Why isn't it dinging? Sometimes I find like it takes a couple times. Yeah, Griffith has... Okay. Yep, it should be playing that sound when Griffith finishes. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Okay, good. Yeah, it takes like a second or something. So yeah, my resolution is, this is a 2K screen. So if I go into the settings, I have it set at 2560 by 1440. That's what's allowing me to make all my windows small. All right, so now I got to figure out how many of these ropes. Let's start with 20. Let's see how many 20 ropes does. What? Am I too far? Too far away from the ropes. 20. Okay, prices. 300. Okay, so maybe 5 more. 402. Let me think here. Bring my calculator out. See, I have my like calculator. You know, this is the original scientific calculator. I need. Let's turn on sleep bonus on Griff. I need to figure out how much is in my favorite pool now. I have like 90. Let's see, 90.7. I'll just call it 90. Faith. And the favor pool is 5 times that. So that's 450. And then here I have about 45 more. So I can store 450 plus my favor bar here, plus 90. Favor. This altar has 402. So I'm just going to put in, let's see, what does 3 more do? 450. Let's do that. Sacrifice that. And how many is that? So I know how many put. So 28. Okay. And here's where I'll turn on the sleep bonus. Maybe after we'll do a little bit of that wound grinding again. I don't know if it's smart to do that after, but I kind of want to talk about that again because I kind of just figured it out on stream 2 streams ago, and I've been since thinking about it and trying to wrap my mind around the implications of this the wound freezing stuff. Seems very weird to me that it's in the game. In all honesty. Let's see what my channeling ticks are. Oh, forgot to turn on my sleep bonus, which is why all the channeling ticks are tiny. Let's do it now. Now that it's been a year, thoughts on server merging at some point? Yeah, not yet. Ooh. I got a 91. Oh, Anaconda. Anaconda, where are you? Go away. Get away. Get away from me. Xander will completely get destroyed by an Anaconda. Okay. Okay, Xander hit it. Hopefully it's trying to hit... Hopefully it's trying to hit Griffith. Yes, good. Okay. Because Griffith won't get hit by it too much. So, for merger... I mean, okay, so... In my opinion, my personal feeling about it is only when the prices of things, like the economy, balances out. Now, I know a lot of people would disagree with me on that because the answer to when that's going to happen is going to be very far into the future. But my feeling is because it should be when the economy balances out, because without the balanced economy, you're going to see a shock to the economy. Like if let's say right now the servers were to be merged, the economy is going to be in a huge shock. It's quite unpredictable what might happen there. You might okay. So for example, I saw the other day somebody do a price check on support beams. On the new servers, support beams are priced at 7 silver per 100. Okay, so a new player can come on and get a little bit of carpentry skill and start making support beams in order to sell support beams 7 silver per 100 as a way to make money, right? And that's one of the appeals to new players, is that in this game you can make money in order to pay for premium, and that 7 silver you can put 5 silver into the token, and get 15 days of premium. It's far easier to sort of like break into that market on the new servers, right? And so new players who got filtered, there was this whole push, to get new players to go into the old servers, right? Like a lot of old veterans who are playing on the old servers want new players to come to the old servers. But then those new players are going to find that you can't really make money enough on the old servers in order to pay for your premium. And the reason is because nothing you can make as a new player is going to be something that an old player is able to make really quickly. Okay, making 100 support beams on a really veteran player is super quick. I mean, not super quick, but compared to a new player. And so the value of a support beam on the old servers is going to be very low. I don't know what it is though. But if I had to guess, 100 support beams on the old server couldn't be more than 3 silver or 2 silver. Something in that range. Yeah, you're guessing at the 2-year mark? Yeah, the devs are going to probably split the difference, right? They're not going to be able to wait until the economies balance out because that'll never happen. But they also are going to wait until there's a little bit of a balance, at least. Like, so what I think it'll take is for the silver that's currently on NFI to bleed out of the economy through the sinks, right? Like, there's just so much silver right now on the new servers. Are they still 4 silver per 100 on the old server? Oh, funny. Mining iron to make support beams as we speak. Interesting. I do know that the real money transfer stuff. Oh, shatter. The real money transfer stuff did change this situation on the old servers in terms of prices. Prices started rising after real money transfer was banned. Which, for me, that was unexpected. Did I shatter another one? No. I just failed the cast. If somebody could explain the reason why the value of things went up after real money transfer was banned, I'd be interested to know the reason, because I can't quite reason it out myself. But I definitely noticed that values of things have gone up on the old server, so that's interesting. So yeah, it might be a 2-year mark kind of thing. It might be 2 years in which we start seeing these prices go down. But I did watch an auction. Trying to remember how it was for bricks, right? Because it's like these bulk material things that are going to really, what's the word? Those are going to indicate the economic sort of the level of the economy. So somebody was auctioning bricks. I'm trying to remember how many it was. I think it was like 6,000 bricks. No. Couldn't have been 6,000. And it came with the crates. It was 14 crates, I remember. So how many is 14 crates? And I know that it wouldn't fit, but 14 times 300. Okay, so 4,000 bricks. That's what it was. It was 4,000 bricks. And I got to put some more. So it's 28, right? 28. And I don't think that the auction went past 6 silver, which I thought was a little bit. Let's go check on it, actually. Let's check on it. Let's see. Let's do this together. Okay, I'm going to have to do both of these things at the same time. Now that sleep bonus is going. Okay, so auctions. Let's see. Do we see bricks? It was probably sold. It was like right here somewhere. There it is. 4K bricks. Let's get Griffith going. Let's make sure that. What is happening here? Oh, I see what happened. I'm like sacrificing, but I'm not getting any favor. It's because I was too far away from the ropes. Okay, so let's see how much this ended up going to. Okay, 10 silver. Okay, so 10 silver for 4K bricks. So somebody bought it out. That's what happened. Um, so what is that? 10 silver, that's more than 2 silver per 1,000. Now, did bricks go back up in price? Did bricks go back on the old servers? Are they back up to 2 silver per 1,000? Oh, the parser, you got an answer for me, but it's not worth typing on the phone. uh, that's okay. Can probably try to think through that, the real money transfer thing. But on the old server, I'm curious to know: is it still 2,000? Sorry, 2 silver, 1 to 2 silver per K. Mortar is still 2 silver per K. Yeah. I mean, there's this weird thing about mortar where people think that it's harder to do mortar than it is to do bricks. Like totally not true, but people have this feeling. So on this server, on the new servers, it seems like mortar's still somewhere in the 3 to 4 silver per K, whereas bricks are more like 2 to 3 silver per K, something like that. Um, but mortar's actually faster, right? Like even at pretty low skill, mortar's faster and easier. Less actions is what it is. It's less actions to make mortar. And sure, you might fail a little bit more often, but but that's not that's made up by the fact that you need nearly half as many actions. It's not quite half. It might be 2/3 as many actions. What am I doing? I'm pressing the wrong button. And now I'm Circle of Cunning on a horseshoe. Okay, so this one ended up being 73. Let's let's name these ones so that I know that these ones have casts on them, but I think I might replace those casts. I might want to just keep anything above 70 now. And this one I'll rename 91. So 2K for 1K mortar, yeah. It might be actually close then that the economy's leveling off. So one thing that's for sure going to happen when they merge the servers is that there's going to be a lot more silver on the there's a lot more silver influx. There will be a ton of silver influx onto the old servers. That's what I'm trying to say. There is a lot of silver over here. It's kind of obscene how much silver is on this server, on the new servers. And I sympathize with those who want the server connection for the social aspect of the game. You know, bring everybody together, and so that impalongs and stuff. You can have more people and events, so on and so forth. I think that's a very good reason to combine the servers. But the other thing to consider is that a lot of people are going to benefit monetarily, like silver wise. A lot of people. And so you're going to have a lot of people calling for the servers to be merged because they want more people to sell their stuff to, or they want more opportunity to make more silver, which is a little bit more of a selfish reason to want the servers to combine. And I'm not too keen on combining the servers specifically so that people can make more money. I do like the idea of combining the servers so people can congregate and have more fun impalongs and that sort of stuff. But like the new servers are just about to have their very first impalong. It's like coming in October, right? And like it's like the first opportunity for the people who have grinded their skills up in the new, on the new servers to provide services to the newer characters, or the ones that haven't developed their characters as much. It'll be that first opportunity, and it would be like it'll be robbed of us if we got combined now, if you know what I mean, right? Like, I got my blacksmithing up to 88 or 80, whatever it is, on Griffith, which is somewhat high on the new servers. I know there's those who got to 99 and those and such, so on and so forth on those skills, but and above 90, and I'll probably get mine above 90 soon. But it's like, it's fun to join an imp-along where your skills that you just got can be used to help those new players. But if we combine the servers, there's just so many characters on the old servers with such high skills that my 88 is going to seem puny. I don't know. Is anyone imping ships to 95 yet? I haven't heard of anybody. That's not to say that there isn't, but I don't think so. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying about the clay versus mortar thing. Lots of long-term players have huge stockpiles of stone, not so much of clay, and that is a factor, I guess. That is a factor in making, because if you want to go make mortar, you don't just have thousands of clay just sitting around. All the better for that person who's been working on their digging skill, though. Right? That person's going to have a ton of clay just sitting there. Yeah. Ooh, a 94. Nice. Okay, so I've definitely noticed this is going a lot better than it normally does, and I'm sure Benediction has a lot to do with it. I mean, just think, those two 90s are low enough that they wouldn't have been 90s without Benediction. Those would have been in the 80s. So this is very nice. And I do want to get a 90 plus set for myself. A while ago, I did a job. Somebody wanted a set of 90 horseshoes and a bunch of sets of 80s. And I had a set of 90 for myself that I had made, and so I just sold that one to him. So I kind of want to replace it now. Now that I mention it, should take my NAR for reimping. How quickly does, like, I feel like a ship's quality kind of stays pretty constant so long as you keep it repaired regularly. But do they make it so that the quality of the ship goes down as you sail it? Or is it like the quality of the ship will stay the same until a decay tick happens and you repair it? I haven't been keeping up with that. They made a change to ships because they made it so that quality affects how fast they go. Oh, I already used up all the favor. Let's see, how's my channeling going? 0.06. Not terrible. It's going. Non-cedar ships left in a perimeter will take damage fairly fast, actually. Oh. trying to think. So on the old servers, I have a NAR. I think it's like 60 something quality. I did leave it. It's not on deed or anything. So after about a year, it had some damage on it, but probably like 20 or 30 damage, something in that range, right? So I repaired it, and then it did lose some quality, but I think it's still above 60. Something like that. Anyway, okay. Let's just cast over this 57. Let's see what happens. Whoops, I put a 60 in there. Oh well. Or did I? I don't even know. Oh, so what I really need now is to work on my fine carpentry skill so that I can like improve my own rope tools. And that was the reason why I had all those fishing reels in my inventory. I've been working on my fine carpentry skill. I think I got it to 60 now. Let's see. My fine carpentry, yeah, 61. Got my fine carpentry to 61. And if there's anybody here who wants to increase their fine carpentry, medium fishing reels are the way to go by far. You just improve those things, and the reason is because they're so tiny that they use such a small amount of wood each time. You can put Circle of Cunning on a log and just go to town forever almost, and not worry about having to replace your log. I think it's medium fishing reels. What was I using here? They're in here. Sorry, just gonna get him going. Okay, yeah, these ones, medium fishing reels. They only weigh 0.28. I also don't have high quality logs really either. So I think my log that I was using was 55 quality. So when the fishing reels got up to that level, I just put them in the forge and burned them down to about 40 and just kept going. I mean, that's not going to work all the way, I think, but it'll work for now. It'll work for now. $93, sweet. So that improved on a 57. So let's just try to improve this one over here. This 57. You had to expand your CD to keep from having to touch up each month all the ships for sale. Oh, okay. That makes sense. If you're shipbuilding, you have lots of ships. And is it that they don't decay at all on deed? They're completely protected from decay? Or do ships decay on deed? Just at a slower rate. I wonder if the flip-flopping is the flip-flopping between the characters kind of annoying? If so, I can just keep that in the background. Only problem with JProp is he insists on living on the server which shall not be named. Is it Xanadu? Don't think they decay on deed at all. Okay, that's nice. 57. Well, at least I got a skill tick for that. Let's see. Do I have more? What just happened there? Did I put more in there? Oh, I must have. I'm like doing this on autopilot. Why am I not casting? Okay. You know, for all the hate that Xanadu gets, I actually really enjoyed my time on Xanadu. In fact, I think that if I went back to the old servers, I'd go back to Xanadu. I was trying to cast over this 57. Yeah, Xanadu is. I know that like it does have its issues, but I would say that the issues aren't what people think it is. I think a lot of people feel like Xanadu has the problem of lag or something. And I don't think that lag is an issue on Xanadu anymore. At least not this kind of lag, where you right click and you see refreshing. I mean, all servers you'll have that. You right click and you're going to see that refreshing at the bottom of the tooltip. And this is like a small server. This is like one of the smaller. People would say there's no lag on this server, but you still see the refreshing. And on Xanadu, you'll see the refreshing as well, not for much longer than that, if at all. So there's none of that refreshing lag. So there is one other kind of lag, and it's like the server lag, like the polling lag. Like where the server goes tile by tile, determining whether or not that tile is going to update. So like, for example, after you forage on a tile, it will then not be forageable until it is again. And the server is going through each tile and going, okay, is this tile ready to be foraged again? And it cycles like that. Oh, 69. I don't feel like improving a 69. It's still annoying when it's 2 extra beats when walking through a door. I didn't find that though. Like that's this kind of lag. That's the refreshing lag. I don't think that's a common, like that's not a, that issue isn't there always. At least I didn't find it that it was there always. Now that's at the beginning when Xanadu just opened for the first time. It was there. That was when the problems were there. But they've since worked on fixing a lot of those problems. So now you don't really even notice it. No more than any other server, right? Like every other server has that same hiccup when the server lag is there. And that happens. We all know that Wurm is not perfect, and that there are times where there's server lag even on the old, even on the smaller servers. But back to the polling lag that is there, and it has to do with just the fact that there's that many more tiles that it has to go through. There's actually an advantage to that kind of lag, and that is your sleep bonus lasts longer. Right? Like the countdown on your sleep bonus is like, for every 10 seconds, you get a half second or something like that back. You live between Indy and Xanadu quite a bit. Your wife and I notice it when we switch. Well, all I know is coming from somebody who lived on Xanadu for like 3 years, maybe even 4 years. No, it has to be more than 4 years. Gosh. I mean, it took us 3 years to build the labyrinth. And we were there for a year before we started the labyrinth, and a while after. Anyway, I didn't have that much issue with it. Yeah, I think I'd go back to Xanadu. Just for the sheer size of it. You know, there's a lot of space, there's a lot of wild still left on Xanadu. The other downside to Xanadu, though, is that if it's hard to go visit people, you know, going from one place to another on Xanadu to visit somebody takes a little bit of effort, especially if you're going across land. You get used to it after you live there for a few days. I'm just wondering how much frequently you flip flop between Xanadu and another server. Well, I mean, I I have played on this server, and then I went back to Xanadu to go to the Implong. Okay, I don't want to mess this up, so I'm going to just come over here. Oh, another nice cast. Just see. Yeah, I actually haven't really been using the summoning. Oh, I'm going too slow. Too many things to do. Okay, let's see. It's good to have friends with Summon Soul for visits. On on Xanapu, you don't go visit a friend. You go on a road trip with a full wagon, tents, and everything. Yeah, as long as you have someone back home for the return trip. Yep, that is true. Or recall home. That is definitely. I mean, they did add the Summon Soul, and that makes a huge difference. How much does that cast cost? I'll have to wait for the cast to finish. It's 100. Okay. Like, and I guess you need 100 faith then, or you need to be linked, one or the other. Where is it here? Summon Soul, and its difficulty is only 10. Okay. What's this? What's the targets? Tile, wound, creature. Item. Really? So you can cast Summon Soul on a tile, on a creature, or an item. Any item. I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have thought that you can only cast it on a creature or on a person. Weird. Well, I think it's going to be some time before I get 100 faith on this character. Another 70. Whoops. Don't cast Circle of Cunning. Okay. I got to label those. 74. And 71. 2. You cast it on the statuette. Okay, I see. So I see. It's one of those things where when you cast it, it brings up a pop up and then you type in the name. I see. It's one of those ones, like Locate Soul. That makes sense. And you can cast it on stuff. You have to put the name of the player you want to summon, and the player has to click the dialogue to confirm. Got it. That makes sense. Let's see. These ones are both 60s. Anybody know about these horseshoes, how WOA affects the speed. I mean, there was a long time when people believed that the WA only affected speed up at certain intervals. Like if it was below 50 WA, it did nothing, and then once you hit 50, it was like a certain speed boost, and then it was 70 and 90. I don't know if that's true, although I don't know what the new animal changes if they changed anything about that. How horseshoes affect speed. I know WA does increase the speed. It's just I don't know how it works. And I know there's a lot of confusion about it. Similarly with the quality of the horseshoe. I did do some tests where like a horse does increase its speed if you just put 20 quality shoes on it, like blank 20 quality shoes. So there is a benefit of putting low quality shoes. But I don't know whether, let's say, what's the difference between a 69 and a 74? Is it just a 5% difference, or is it that there's like an actual interval at which point once you hit 70 you get a speed boost, but below 70 it's the same, like a 50 and a 69 are the same? I don't know the answer to that. Spindle should definitely click OK. Definitely click on OK. Apparently spindles are pricks, or so I've read in Sleeping Beauty. Spindles have pricks. Let's see. Well, since I learned about that wound healing thing, I spent a bunch of time reading through Oblivion Reaver's grinding everything post to see what else he changed in there. And he's updated more information about the different places that you can get wounded and the effect that it has. So I think it only seemed like there was two skills. I'll have to go look at it again. But channeling was one, and was the other one climbing? No. Maybe it was climbing. There's a particular location that if you get a wound, it affects your climbing skill. And then the other skills are the characteristics. But like honestly, unless your characteristics are high, like super high, I don't feel like you need to adjust anything for that. Let's see. Am I getting mind logic? Whoops, on Griffith. Yeah, I'm getting some mind logic. Just very little mind logic. So it's very possible I can grind this. Let's add mind logic to this skill tracker. What's the last one? Pottery, mind logic. Because this is it's going to be really close. I think that just by doing this, even though this gives me such little mind logic, I think I'll get it because of this. Okay, I've got 0.007. And this is just my second stack. So after I finish this second stack, I might have 0.008. And then I just need 0.2 more. So 2.5 or 3 times that. So just like 6 stacks. Yeah, like 6 stacks of WEMP. That should do it. I have to sack again? Using up all my rope. That's okay. I need to restock this merchant. Getting some nice gains on rope making. That's one thing I love about rope making is that the gains are not insignificant when you're just making ropes. Since you have to make a lot of ropes for casting, it just goes up naturally. And that's how I got my rope making to like 95 on my other character. So I just made ropes. I did nothing but just sit here and do this. Although on my other character, I did grind to 80. That was because back then, rope making was, or cordage ropes were much, much more difficult to make. They really, really improved, or what is it? What's the opposite of nerfing? Buffing. They really buffed cordage ropes. Like severely over the years. I'll get to chat in just a second after I finish sorting, combine, and start this and cast. Let's see. Has Casper City started construction yet? Not quite yet. We're getting there, though. You mean to say the game was dumbed down for the Steam Horde? It was way before that. It was way before that. They buffed cordage. Griff or anyone else, would you guys have any idea what's going on? So I'm smithing. I've got 5 dots. I've got it set to 5 out of 5 actions in use. However, it's only doing 2 dots at a time. Did you just log in? Is it 2 actions or is it like the action you're doing plus 2 more? Like, is it doing 3? Okay, you didn't just log in. Smithing, you got 5 dots. When you say you're smithing, are you like creating, or are you? Okay, so for example, let me see if I can. Like, what is the exact? Okay, yeah, creating. Okay, so are you doing it in the crafting window? And if so, the lumps that you have here, the lumps that you have in the thing, like you have an anvil and a lumps. Do you have 2 lumps? Do you have only 2 lumps there? And if you do, try combining those 2 lumps into 1 lump. Okay, yeah. There you go. I would not recommend imping net traps. If you're interested in rope making, they added another item in the game recently with the fishing update. So recently meaning like 5 years ago or 4 years ago, whenever they put the fishing update in. It's the fish keep nets. I would highly recommend fish keep nets for imping to get rope skill. Now, I would definitely not recommend making cordage ropes if your rope making is lower than, I'm going to say 50 or something like that. Okay, so you definitely want to increase your rope making to 50 or somewhere in that range. The higher the better, obviously, but somewhere like 50 before you start making cordage. And even at 50, it's not like great. It's not bad. It's not great. Okay, now, yeah, fish keep nets. Yeah, not net traps like it was old school. The difference between fish keep nets and net traps are nothing. Like for the imping process, they're about the same. Making them, I think fish keep nets are easier to make than net traps, but not by that much. And the main reason, the main number one reason why fish keep nets are better than net traps is because they fit inside of forges. And what that does is it allows you to burn them down. Exactly. So, right, because to improve them, you need the string, and the string you can only get certain quality string depending on your cloth making skill or tailoring skill rather. So yeah, fish keep nets so that you can burn them down and keep the quality in a good spot. But yeah, back in the day, so with my first what's it called, rope maker, we grinded the skill by improving net traps to 80, like 80 skill. That was how we did it first. But that was well before the fishing update. And it was well before, what was it called? Any of the buffs that they did to the cordage rope. So back then, cordage rope had a difficulty of 60, which is quite high. And then they lowered the difficulty of cordage ropes to 40. Okay, so you should have seen before they did that update. Even with really high rope making skill, and even with a high, rope tool, the cordage ropes that you made were really low quality, right? Like it was very, very low average quality. You'll definitely remember that tip. Thanks. Yeah. So that, I said a bunch of tips there, but like fish keep nets might be the one that you're talking about. Yeah, that's. I have a over there in my large storage unit. I just have like a ton of fish keep nets that I keep over there, and this time around I improved until 60 or so. I improved fish keep nets to 60, and then since then I've just been making ropes, and I'm at 72 now. Oh, I just dinged 72. That's nice. But they lowered the difficulty of cordage ropes, if you can believe it, and all of a sudden you're making ropes that, like, now the distribution is something looking more like this, whereas before the distribution looked way worse. So getting high quality was really hard before. And then they did another thing where they increased the amount of favor that cordage ropes give compared to what they did before. So now all your cordage ropes is giving more favor than they did before, quality for quality. And then that was at the time that they nerfed chopped veggies, right? Because at that time, chopped veggies and cordage were approximately the same. And chopped veggies were so much easier to get because you can hot food grind. You can grind your cooking skill through the hot food grinding by pan filling, right? So people just preferred to do the pan filling. What they do is they pay people to do pan filling, and they just get their massive skill gains on cooking really fast, and then they could chop veggies like no tomorrow. You can get really high quality veggies pretty easily, and you just chop veggies all day. And then they nerfed the chopped veggie. They reduced the amount of favor that chopped veggies give, and at the same time they increased the amount of favor that cordage rope gives, further buffing cordage rope. I'm sitting there with my 95 skill cordage rope maker, and I'm like, this is awesome. For my position, it was really good because I never use chopped veggies. I shouldn't say I never, but I mostly use cordage rope. Yeah, the veggie nerf. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. I didn't mean grind up though. I meant the whole way from where I'm at. That's what I meant. Like starting from here, the whole way to 90, let's say. You know how it is. The first 50 or 60 is nothing. That you can get the first 50 or 60 by improving in a couple days, right? Like a few days maybe, depending on how much time you're spending, but um I'd go as far as saying that one full bonus bar, if you spend an entire sleep bonus bar on grinding something from one, you'll probably get to 60 in now that's more than 5 hours because the if your CCFP is full ish, it'll make your sleep bonus last longer. But it's under 10 hours, I'd say. And you can do that in like 3 or 4 sessions. What was this, 81? It's just the grind from that point on that's the rest of the way. That's the whole way. That's what I'm thinking. Boy, this is going really well. I'm really happy about the cast that I'm getting. And it's like a combination between the fact that I just got Benediction along with the fact that my channeling is not even that great. It's at 78 right now. But I did put some time into channeling over the last little bit. It was in the low 70s for a long time, 71, 72. And recently I've just been putting a little bit of time into that. Whatever you say, Griff. Starts picking up daggers like quills. What do you mean? What did I say? Did I say something that wasn't right? I'm telling you, this fine carpentry that I just got to 60, I feel like I barely put any time into that. Is it not easy to get to 50? I mean, I mean like after you have like the setup for it, right? And so there's a bunch of stuff you got to know, right? Like before going into this, getting that grind to 50. But um, when we first started on this server, there was a few skills that I was like, okay, I'm going to get to 50 on those skills first, get those out of the way. Um, one of them was like I knew I was going to be a rope maker, so I got my rope making to 50. But to do that, I had to get my cloth tailoring. I don't know if I got it right to 50, but let's see. What did I get my cloth tailoring to? I feel like I did those in a couple days. Where is it? It's under tailoring. There it is. Yeah, I got my cloth tailoring to 50. Like that was one of the first ones I did. Um, and that was without Circle of Cunning tools, so it took a little bit longer. But once you have Circle of Cunning tools, so this is after you got this set up, right? Like after you got, and I can show you how to do it too. It's actually it goes faster than you think. It goes a lot faster than you think. Um, Maybe one day what I'll do is I'll take a skill that I have like one in. Let's see. Let's pick a skill. And we'll just do a grinding session on stream. And you'll see in one grinding session, uh in one stream, I could probably take a skill, an imping skill. It has to be an improving skill. From 1 to I want to say maybe 35 in maybe 4 hours. I can do that. 1 to 35 in 4 hours, probably. Three and a half to 4 hours, probably. That's my guess. and it's not doing anything. It's not doing anything more than. I mean, I don't. I'm not sure where your mind is in terms, because I know you play this game. You're playing the same game I'm playing. No, no, no. I didn't say 5-ish hours. I said in one sleep bonus bar. And a sleep bonus bar, even though it is 5 hours, if you keep your CCFP up, if you keep your CCFP up, then your sleep bonus bar lasts longer than the time. There's one of these. I can't remember which one it is. It's fats or proteins. Yeah, fats or proteins. I can't. One of these things makes your sleep bonus last longer. So not in 5-ish hours. In more like, I'd say 8, maybe 8.5 hours, 9, something like that. Depends on a bunch of factors. Depends on how good your tools are and which skill you're doing, because some skills, like for example, pottery. For pottery, you're going to have to use your hand as one of the actions, and that hand tool doesn't have COC on it, so it's going to slow a little bit. I mean, I don't know about sleep powder. This is only if you're playing a lot. Okay, so if you're playing a lot, then you might feel the need to use sleep powder. I don't tend to buy sleep powder. I use the sleep powder I get from premium. I don't sell my sleep powder. I use my own sleep powder, but I don't need any more than that, the amount that I play. Let's see. In my bags, see, I still have 6 sleep powder sitting here, and I've been using it. And it all depends on how much I play. So right now I'm on vacation, so I have a lot more time to play, and so I'll use a lot more sleep powder during this time. You must enjoy pottery. It always seems to go quickly for you, but compared to another, yeah, that's another thing. Like if you enjoy what you're doing, it is going to feel like it goes faster for sure. But pottery doesn't go any faster than any of the other skills. There are some skills that naturally go slower, like weaponsmithing goes slower, but it's about the same. I've always thought leatherworking goes faster than the others, but I've been told by leatherworkers that it doesn't. I feel like they all go about the same, about approximately. The only thing about pottery is that you'll have one tool that doesn't have Circle of Cunning on it. And there's nothing you can do about it. For blacksmithing or any of the smithing skills, the water action, the tempering action, does not have Circle of Cunning on it. But if you put Circle of Cunning on the item that you're improving, then you get that Circle of Cunning. So you can get around it that way. Let's just do that, and then this. Okay, one more action here. I gotta sort. Okay, give me 1 second. This part I don't want to mess up because I've done this before. I've messed up a whole bin of ropes where you just put the wrong quality ropes in the wrong bin, and all of your quality gets completely tanked. Okay, let's keep this going. This one's 72. And what did these ones go? 69, 74. And another 69. I don't know what I'm going to do with these 69s. Or these 60 casts. Yeah, that's exactly. It's the worst when that happens. 84. Leatherworking does seem to go faster. Yeah, I've had that feeling where I'm like, I haven't ever ground leatherworking up really high, but I'd done it up till about 40 or something like that. And I always had this feeling like it was faster, but I didn't compare it numerically. But I asked because Brian got his leatherworking up to 90 right at the beginning of the server, if you remember, and he was doing that all without circular cutting tools. And I asked him, like, do you feel like leatherworking goes faster than, let's say, carpentry, for example? And he's like, nah, it goes the same speed. But then the other thing I'm keeping in mind is that he wasn't numerically comparing it either. He was just going off by what it feels like. Same with me. I'm going off by what it feels like. So I always felt like it feels like it goes faster, but I couldn't figure it out. Let's see. Yes, I bit my tongue about challenging you to go 1 to 50 in weaponsmithing in 5. Okay, right. That obviously is not going to happen. Weaponsmithing is probably a quarter of this. You would need 4 times the amount of time for weaponsmithing. Yeah, weaponsmithing is a whole beast in itself. It goes a lot slower than all the rest. And I would estimate 4 times. You would need 4 times as much. Oh no, what happened? Okay. Ooh. I thought my screen just went. But I'm talking about any of the regular ones. Let me see. Let me see if I can find one that I'm still at level 1 in. That it'll go. Or like below 10, you know, like the first 10 doesn't take long. Something that I can imp. Something that I can imp. Nature, cooking, no. Masonry, I've got like stuff in masonry. Kind of interesting. Let's see. Toy making. Can you improve to do toy making? They'll have 1 in toy making. Or Bowery or fletching. They're only at 3. Could probably do a Bowery or fletching to 50. Grind. I mean, leatherworking's only at 5. Not sure if I want to do leatherworking though. You can't imp locksmithing. Let's see. Oh, I could do like chain armor smithing. That one's actually not so bad. Though I almost feel like chain armor smithing is a little bit faster than the rest as well. I feel like it's like leatherworking. But again, this is based on my feeling, not on anything other than my gut. Imp yo-yos. Can you imp yo-yos though? Or are yo-yos impable? Is what is. Let's get this one going and I can check if a yo-yo is impable. I wouldn't be against doing what am I doing? I want Wurmpedia yo-yo. Cannot be improved. Okay, so that's the problem with yo-yos. It is a dead anaconda. It just half hour ago it came in and interrupted my spell casting. Maybe it was longer than a half hour ago. And I had to kill it, and I haven't done anything with it since. But it's a fresh anaconda just sitting there. Fastest way to make 2 hours disappear: sit down and play an hour of Wurm. Yeah. Yep. But you have to admit, it is fun. Okay, let's go back to looking at skills here. So, chain armor smithing, that one's not a bad one to work on. Shield smithing, I wouldn't mind doing shield smithing. That's one I definitely could do. Let me think. So this is what I'll do. Like, I'll lead you through like my research process for figuring out how to imp stuff. So I'll go something like this. So I'll look up all the things that I could make using shield smithing. And then I'll find one that I can imp that's the smallest weight. And it'll probably be... So I'm going to decide between small wooden shield and a small metal shield. Let's look at the wooden shield first. What's the weight? 1. Perfect. So 1 is pretty low. A couple 60s here. Let's see if we can cast over those. I'd probably do this small wooden shield unless the metal one is... Let's see what the small metal one is. 1.5. See, that's not bad either. So it would be, the debate would be between doing a carpentry tool, imp, on something that has 1 kilogram using a log that has Circle of Cunning on it. Versus doing a metal improving. And if you're doing it with metal, you're not going to have Circle of Cunning on the water action, on the tempering action. So instead, what I would do is I would take Xander here and I would put Circle of Cunning on like maybe 10 shields or something like that. Make 10 shields or 15 shields. I put Circle of Cunning on all of them, kind of the same way I'm doing this with the horseshoes, but with Circle of Cunning. Then the tempering action will use the Circle of Cunning on the object, on the shield, and I'll get that Circle of Cunning there. You know, I almost feel like that's better because currently my smithing tools... Ooh, a 98. My smithing tools are better. Right, you can burn down wooden shields, right. That's true. But I don't have the problem with the metal because my mining's at 90, so I'm not too worried about burning down. I would be worried about burning down for the wooden shields because I don't have good wood cutting. And the best logs I have is in the 50s. I might have some 60s, something like that. 55 or 60 quality logs. But that's enough to get to 50, right? That'll be enough to get to 50. You can get to 50 before you need to burn them down. That's for sure. With those, so I'm telling you, like this is how I did the fine carpentry imp. It didn't take very long. Up to 60, I took 20 medium fishing reels. 20, that's it. And then I imped them up. And by the time that they got to 55, my skill was just shy of 60. So I imped these up to 55. My skill was like maybe 58. So then I burnt them down because my log was 55. I burnt them down to 40, no less than 40. They all showed 40 or 41. And then I just started imping again. So I haven't imped very much since then, enough to get to 61. So that's what I did. That's how long it took. Yeah, the fishing reel is great because they're only 0.2. They're only 0.28. So they like I still have the log that I have, this one here. It started at 24 quality, sorry, 24 weight, or however much they weigh at the beginning. I think it's 24. And that's how much I've used of it. And I started at 1 fine carpentry, and I started on these fishing. Maybe not one. I made a large cart. I made a couple things. I might have started with 10 or something like that. However much I started with, it was just from newbie making stuff. But with the right setup, like I think that what's important about this game and skilling up is that you just have to make sure your preparation, the time you spend preparing for the skill grind, is super important for how long it's going to take you. If you're not prepared for it, then it's going to take you a lot longer. So you want to make sure that your tools are all ready. Let me see what my smithing tools are. I think it's on 6. Okay, so I have 79 circle of cunning on my hammer. I have a 94 circle of cunning on my whetstone and an 87 on my pelt. I probably can do better now on that hammer. That was an early cast, from when I was first started casting. I was like, yes, a 79. It was a big cast for me back then. And now, as you can see, I could probably safely get a 90 with a little bit of time and effort on a hammer. And I think I have a pretty decent pelt in here, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just see. This one has 78. Hold on. Let's get these guys going. Where would I have put it? Under tools? Okay, let's see. No, I have an 85 on this 94 quality pelt. Although I'm not sure if I want to keep this as an imping pelt. I might want to put Wind of Ages on it. Maybe I'll just improve this 71. Or just, you don't need really high quality tools for an imping set. But yeah. Okay, so DZ, I missed your thing, your comment. Hi, how do you level blacksmithing? Okay. Blacksmithing is a really easy one to explain. Oh, I improved it by a little bit. Okay, blacksmithing, because you need a lot of stuff that blacksmithing produces. So you need a hatchet, you'll need a stone chisel. And while you start with some of these things, you'll want to replace the starter ones pretty early on. Within your first month of playing, you'll probably have replaced all of your tools. So you're going to need to make these things. So the first thing that you do to get your blacksmithing up is you just improve your own tools. Now, if you're looking to grind blacksmithing, like best gains per time spent, you're probably going to want to spend some time obtaining a good set of Circle of Cunning blacksmithing tools. Whoops. I meant to put in 28 and I put in 3. 28. Okay. Cue that up. Okay, so let me just look through my tool set here. Okay. The tools you're going to want to make sure that you have Circle of Cunning on. And if you don't know, I don't know where your level is, but Circle of Cunning, if you're asking how to level blacksmithing, you're probably pretty new. So Circle of Cunning is a spell cast by Venora priests that increases the skill tick size. So how big the skill tick you get. So you're going to want to get Circle of Cunning as high a cast that you can get, or that you can afford, or I would say above 70 is a good place to start. And you want that on a hammer, a whetstone, a pelt, and an iron lump. Okay, and then that'll make it so that every action. Okay, so you have tools with 50 to 70. Okay, that's good. That's good to start. Okay. Then what you do is you take all of your tools that you have that you want to improve. You just put them in the forge, you heat them up, and you just improve them. And the way that you do that is queuing up, you want to queue up your actions with the intention of making the action timer as long as possible while making sure you still have stamina. Okay, so don't ever run out of stamina. You want still stamina, but you want the longest action timers you can get. Now, by the way, the answer you're going to get to this question is going to depend on who you ask. So different people will answer different ways, and I can probably speak to the other ways that people will answer. But this is the way I do it. Let's just stop this for a second, since I'm at the end of that. I'm at the end of that bit, and I can just show you a little bit here. Okay, let me start up the forge, and I'll do a little bit of blacksmithing. It's always motivational if you're improving for a reason. So if you have friends that play the game, offer to improve their tools for free, just because you're getting skill out of it. And just put them in. And this is what I did with Brian. Brian would just throw his. I just say, throw your tools in here. I'll just improve them. So it doesn't matter what you're improving. Anything is going to work. On the flip side, if you're motivated enough, you can do something like this, where you just have a whole lot of tools. Like you just make 25 pickaxes, and you'll notice I put Circle of Cunning on all of them. Not very high Circle of Cunning, but the reason why I put Circle of Cunning on them is because the tempering action. Here, where's my water? My water's here. The tempering action, you'll notice I put Circle of Cunning on my water, but that actually is not going to work for increasing my skill gain on tempering. It's a bug / feature of this game. It's like one of these oddities of Wurm. It's like a Wurm logic, where this Circle of Cunning is not going to work, but the Circle of Cunning on the item will work for increasing your skill gain when you do tempering, even though your water might not have Circle of Cunning on it. Okay. And then I also have a lump over here with 73 Circle of Cunning. Okay. So all 5 tools. So the hammer. Let me see. My hammer will have Circle of Cunning, the whetstone, the pelt, and the lump. Circle of Cunning, where the water doesn't. Then what I'll do is I will queue up. Currently, I can queue up 4 actions, but I would go as far as queuing up the 5th action, and I'll show you what I mean by that. But I'll just, once the 4th action is done, I'll queue up the 5th action so that it ends up being the longest it possibly can be. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to improve the ones that are above 50, because my skill's quite high. My skill is like 88. And if you are improving low quality stuff compared to your skill, you're not going to get as much skill gain. Even on these 50s, I might not get that much. Okay, and once these turn red, I'll turn on my sleep bonus, and I'll show you. Okay, your skill is 38. You do, but at a lower rate. So if your skill is 38, I would recommend starting on some tools that are like in the 20s, maybe 20. Yeah, you don't want to be skilling too much higher than your skill. And I'm putting an asterisk next to that because I'm going to come back and talk about how other people might respond to this question, and they're going to say something completely opposite to what I'm saying. Another thing that can help is getting affinity food for blacksmithing for you. I make my pizzas for myself, but if you haven't yet figured out how to do pizzas, they're kind of complicated. I might do a whole thing on pizzas another day. But, people sell this stuff and it's not too expensive. I'd recommend anything you want to skill up. This gives you 10% skill gain, as long as the affinity is active. So I get 10% more skill gain. And then that gets doubled when you turn on your sleep bonus. So you'll get 20% more skill gain just from eating affinity food. Now you want pizza in real life, yeah. And Perigy's saying the right thing. Not sickles, knives, or scythes, because those are considered weapons. Same with carving knives. Okay, when he says knives, I think he means carving knives. Although this knife, like the knife that's just a knife, that is blacksmithing. So it's just not carving knives, sickles, scythes, butchering knives. Those ones are all weaponsmithing. Okay. So I'll just demonstrate on these pickaxes now that they're all glowing. So I'll turn on my sleep bonus, and I'm going to use my hammer action first. Hammer. Oh, just hammers here. So I just queued up 4 hammer actions. Okay, and you can watch my blacksmithing skill go up. And then once this one's done, I'm going to queue up the pelt action. Pelt. Okay, so that's 5 actions. I could probably squeeze in a 5th one, actually. So I'm going to pelt this one, too. Once this one's done, I'm going to queue up a 6th action. Okay, and because these are kind of low quality, I'm going to get less frequent skill gains. You start seeing better skill gain when the item is somewhere in the vicinity of 20 below your skill. Okay, there's a skill tick. And this is it. This is, you know, I put on a YouTube show or a Netflix show. I use the Wurm assistant to tell me, it'll make a little sound when my action cues are all done. Or I can just go to the, another character while that's happening. Ooh, I got a 72. And this is it. This is how you skill up blacksmithing. And just make sure that your stamina doesn't run out. Okay, sleep bonus on, affinity food, circle of cunning on all your tools, and you're going to find that it doesn't take all that long for your skill to skyrocket up there. Blacksmithing does not take too long. It's like a normal skilling. One more tip. If you have tools that have much different circle of cunning, like how my hammer is at 79, but my whetstone's at 94. Okay, so the whetstone is a much higher circle of cunning. When you're queuing stuff up, you want to make sure that the ones that have higher circle of cunning are later in the queue, because the actions that are later in the queue have much longer timers, right? Because your stamina goes down, the timers get longer and longer. That means that the skill tick that you get is going to be bigger, and then the circle of cunning being higher is going to multiply that skill tick even more. Okay, so you see that this skill tick here is 43, and you'll see the next one, if it does land, this is a sharpening, my whetstone. Let's see if I get one. Okay, 49. Okay, it must have been sharpening before too. But the longer the skill timer it goes up, it increases the amount of skill you get. Yeah. Now, this on itself could get boring. If the purpose of these pickaxes is just to skill and that's the only reason why you're doing this process gets really boring, honestly. So I recommend doing this for something, like whether it's improving tools for a friend, and that way, like, you have a goal in mind. It's like you want to get this tool up to, let's say your skill is 38. Let's say you want to push your skills up to 50, and you're like working together with other people, and you're like, okay, I got to get my goal is to get everybody's tools up to 50 quality, right? And you're working towards that goal. Like, having a goal in mind really does increase motivation. Otherwise, these numbers go up so slowly when you're doing it this way, I have to say. I'm just going to queue up another... queue up a whetstone action. Let's see if we can get a really big tick on that last one there. Here's a sharpening action. So this one here, the last blacksmithing that I got was only 0.0036. Whereas that one was 0.0049. What happened there? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll make this my 5th one. Yeah, and over time you'll get used to the way that skilling works in Wurm. It's very slow. As you can see, so far I've gotten 0.03. But I'm looking at that 0.03 thinking, that's awesome. 0.03 is awesome for the time that I just put in here. Which is like, what, not even maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And then I extract that. I think, okay, well, if I continue this for an hour and a half, you know, how much skill will I have after that? And you're thinking, you know, I'm already at 88. So how long until I get to 95, let's say? It might take you know, if I put effort into this, I could get this to 95 probably in a couple weeks. If I spent every day, a couple hours every day. But yeah, it could feel like a grind. The way I'm describing it, it's definitely a grind. But that's what this game is all about. Grinding your skills. At least it's part of what it's about. See, that tick there is a really small tick, 0.0015. And that was because it was a tempering action, so my circle of cutting is really low. And the timer was only 12 seconds. And fun, remember fun, exactly. If this is the type of game that, if this stuff that I'm doing right here is the type of stuff that's fun for you, then all the better. And for me, this is just, it's fun because I like watching numbers go up. I like progressing my character. It's fun for me to do these sorts of things. Okay, I'm just going to fill up my food bars here. So I notice they're getting pretty low. Sick meal. Eat. It's enough. And that little ding tells me that Griffith needs queuing. So let's do some of these. Hammer, then pelt, then whetstone once this action finishes. And that's the order of lowest to highest circle of cunning. What did I get? 6. Nice. Low cast like that give you a bonus on the next cast that you do. So a cast like 6 will add, I think, 4 if not 5 to the next cast. It's probably 4. Plus the Benediction, which is 9. So whatever I get here is 9 higher than what I would have gotten. 89. Look at that. So I would have gotten an 80, which is actually a high roll to begin with. But instead I got an 89. Let's see. The iron is not working. Why not? Oh, look at its quality. Okay, I need to increase that quality. Okay, let's focus over here first. Okay, so forget the pelt. Forget the lump, I mean. I'm going to do temper, hammer. So another hammer, pelt, whetstone. Okay, so Casper, you asked the same question I asked a while ago, which is if you're new to Wurm. You played for a month, then was Steam release. Okay. So you played a month prior to the Steam release. What's the point of such high skills? That's a good question. Depends on the skill, but often it just means that you can produce higher quality things. So my blacksmithing being 88 skill means that I can improve these pickaxes to 80. I could probably push it to 90 if I really, really pushed, but into the 80s I can make 80 quality tools, and the higher the quality tool, the better they perform, the faster they'll go, the higher quality output. So like if I'm mining iron with a high quality pickaxe, I'm going to get high quality iron, but if I use a low quality pickaxe, I'm not going to get as high quality. So the higher the blacksmithing, the easier it is to improve to higher qualities. If we're talking about a skill more like mining or digging or wood cutting, then the higher your skill there, the higher quality materials you can produce. Right? Like this lump here being 65 quality cannot improve the 67 quality because it's too low. And so I'll need a higher quality lump to improve higher. And for that you need higher mining skill with a higher quality pickaxe. So like quality does a whole bunch of stuff in that way. Okay, let's just make sure that I can improve. No, I'm too busy. Let's keep going with this. With my sleep bonus off is fine. Fun is that thing that happens when you're not doing your daily masochism in Wurm. Well, it depends on what you think is masochism. Xander looks pleased. What is he pleased with? A 68. Honestly, it's this that I love. It's like sitting in front of the forge, just doing this. Let me see. I'm realizing that my circular cutting lump is low in weight, and I want to increase its quality as well. So let's just combine this. Here we go. Now it's 77 quality and has more. Ooh, a 92. Thank you. Let's keep going. I am going to need to improve these, what is it called? Those horseshoes. There is a difference between 80 and 90. And there is even a difference between 90 and 95. So let's say mining. Let's take mining for example, right? So like, and the first thing you should know is that skill. Your skill is king, right? So if you want to get better at something, you increase your skill, not the tool. That's the skill is the most important thing. Okay, so let's say I'm making a tunnel, right? And each block takes 50 or so actions to mine out. So at low skill, you're like mining, and the action timers are 20 seconds long, and it's taking forever to mine out 50 actions, right? Well, you get to 80 skill, and now your mining is like 4 seconds or 5 seconds, maybe 6 seconds per action, right? It depends on your tool as well, but your skill will bring it down to 4 seconds if you're using a high quality pick. Maybe 7 or 8 seconds if you're using a low quality pick. Or if it's really low, it might be 10 seconds or something like that, and then you move into the 90s, and all of a sudden, like if you're using a 90 quality pickaxe with 90 quality mine or 90 skill in your mining, then you're going to get maybe 3 second action timers or 3.5 second action timers. Okay, now that's fast, right? Like you can mine out a block, let's see, 50 times 3.5, let's say, in 175 seconds, which is like 3 minutes. So one block, 3 minutes. You move to 95 mining with a 95 quality pickaxe, and now your action timers are like 2.5. And so the 50 times 2.5. Now you're doing it in like just about 2 minutes. So instead of 3 minutes, it's down to 2 minutes. And these minutes add up when you want to make large projects, right? So I don't know if you've like explored a little bit, but you might have stumbled upon something that you're looking at and going, that's insane. Like, how did they build this massive thing, like this massive cavern or this tunnel that goes on forever or whatever it is that you're like looking at? The way that they did that was that they got really high skill, then they got really high quality tools, and then they just blasted through the project. You know, like it takes a lot less time when your skills are higher, and shaving off minutes on each thing that you're doing. If there's thousands of things to do, then you're shaving off thousands of minutes. So yeah, there is a difference, and there is motivation to push into the 90s your skills because it does make things go a lot faster. I know a lot of people enjoy the building aspect of this game, you know, like constructions, projects. I like that stuff, but it not as much as this stuff. I don't know why. I love this part about the game. And a lot of people don't like this part about the game where you're just looking at numbers go up, standing in front of Forge doing nothing but hitting buttons. And that's one thing about this game that I think attracts people to it is that there's so many different ways to play the game, right? This is one way to play the game. Whereas another way would be to like work on making your deed look the way you want it to look, or to raise animals, or to build buildings. People love the building in this game, the decorating, the making it look really nice. I definitely appreciate those things. I just don't have fun doing them as much as I do when I'm watching numbers go up. You love digging caves, yes. And Casper, you're still building an island? Yep, yep. And I am indeed part of that project. I do want to know what is the next thing, Cats? What is the next thing I could be doing towards the project? I noticed the west side. The west side, maybe it's the southwest corner. That needs like work, right? Like that needs surface mining, doesn't it? And digging. But I notice you have trees on there, so I don't know what you're doing with those trees. It definitely has a lot of depth that can cater to a lot of people. That's totally true. Lots of different things to do. And so you have the people like me who like to just watch numbers go up. Like honestly, this casting stuff is like the penultimate of fun for me. Like I super duper love the priest stuff. We don't really need to worry about the corner yet, but most urgent thing next is to make a whole bunch of sandstone bricks and sandstone slabs. Okay. Sandstone. Okay, I can do that. Sadstone. Actually, sandstone would be great for my skilling in mining as well. Let's use a pelt on my last action. And look at that. Like in this short time, I've already gotten 0.1 mining, blacksmithing, right? So I repeat that, get another 0.1. I repeat that, get another 0.1. You know, and next thing I know, I'm at 88.5 and slowly working my way up to 90. I'm going to be doing that on all these horseshoes as well. All of these horseshoes are going to come up to 70 plus quality. and I'll have to debate on whether I want to go higher than that. Maybe I'll take the ones that have 90 and bring them up to 90 when my skill gets there. Let's see. Let's rename this one to 62 because that's what's currently on it, unless I improve it. And this one's 68. And I frowned. Okay, well, let's see. There's only 3 more shoes here. How many 90s do I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Nice. I got a full set of 90s plus some, plus another one. We have a whole bunch of sandstone shards already. Okay, but if you want to mine sandstone, I got a sandstone tile next to the little house. Okay. Okay, in that little tunnel there. Okay. Like when you say we have a bunch of sandstone shards, do we have enough sandstone shards? Because if we have enough, then I don't need to mine on sandstone. It's just if we need more shards, I could do that. We got hundreds upon hundreds that are donated from a guy in caves. Oh, right. I remember that. Okay. I'll just work on making bricks then and slabs. See, because I was thinking we'll need bricks, and we also need regular bricks for the rendered stuff. So I pumped out maybe 600, 700 yesterday, and I already had a bunch from before. So I probably already have 1,000 some odd, maybe 1,500 bricks. Let me see here. And I was like thinking just keep going with that, brick making. Let's see, do I have some bricks in here too? Or are all my bricks in the bins? All my bricks must be in the bins. What am I doing? Expanding them one at a time. Oh, I shouldn't let up on this. Otherwise, I'm going to lose all my favor that I just casted. Okay, so all my bricks are in the bins. I think I might only have 1,000 then. Maybe 1,100. Yeah, I know. I'm good with the material making. I don't need to be the person who's building unless that is something that needs to get done. But I am happy to help with the material making. Crapload of mortar. Okay, good. I can do that too. How about we do that next? That's what I'll do, right? I'll do a little bit of this. I'll cast the rest of these shoes. 3 more to go. And then I'll do some mortar making because I got that ready to go. Maybe actually I'll put Griffith on that already. Incoming, oops, wrong mortar. Yeah, mortar making is, people dread it, but I'm going to show you it's not as bad as people make it out to be. It's really not that bad. I actually really like mortar making. It's like the perfect AFKing thing to do. Perfect. Okay, let's put this away. The lump back. Put my water down. Let's just get this cast going. Let me see. In my bag here, somewhere. Why don't I see it? I have a piece of clay. There it is. Let's bring it out. That has 97 WA on it. It lost a WA from just me doing it, so let's just rename it. Here we go. And I'll cast again. And I have a bin here that I named Mortar. And in here I have 2,000 mortar. And enough clay to make another 2,000. Yeah. It's not that I love it, but when it's needed, like if we need mortar, versus needing bricks. Like if it was between making bricks and making mortar, I am all over making mortar. It is so much easier to make mortar than it is to make bricks. Okay, so this is how I make mortar. I take I first think, how much can I carry? I'm probably able to carry, let's say I'll use, let's start with four sand. Okay, so four sand, that's 80, and then I'll need an equivalent amount of clay. So I need 40 clay to match that. Okay, so, and you'll notice that that extra little piece was 0.2. So you always make sure you have a little bit more clay than sand. Sorry, I'm just gonna cue this up. A little bit more clay than sand. That way, when you get to the very end, okay, so I just clumped all my clay together, so I have my 97 WA clay. Right when you get to the end, you'll be left over with a piece of clay. That way, like if you have less clay than sand, then your clay will get used up completely in that last action potentially, and you'll lose your clay. Don't want to lose this clay. This is a pretty nice, valuable piece of clay. Okay, I combine both pieces, put them into the, put them into the crafting window, pick mortar, and just, that's it. Now he's AFKing. Oh, yeah. 100 WOA horseshoe. Okay, let's get these last couple shoes made. That's my first 100, guys, on this guy. That's my first 100. Yeah, I'll go for mortar. Donated human stone bricks, also way back in the day. Nice. Yeah, 100 WOA. Very happy. Okay, I heard the little ding. See, that this is mortar making, honestly. Like, and see, I have 78% chance, so I'm gonna fail sometimes. But you got to remember, my skill in masonry is low. Like I have 37 masonry. I have done 0 skilling on masonry. The only time I got masonry was making this mortar here. So I did this with both Xander and Griff. So that beefed up my masonry, and I cut some bricks. Let me think. I made altars. What else got my masonry up? I helped with that building over there a little bit, but honestly, most of the buildings was done by Feyran. I think I made a fence to get my masonry up to 30. So I built the fences here and at the other deed. Oh, I heard the ding. But yeah, this is mortar making. This is, you don't, what I like about it is you don't have to fiddle with anything. Once you have it all set up like this, where you have a little bit more clay than sand, then you don't have to think about it. You just keep hitting the create button and it happens. You don't have to be grabbing more shards, combining them, and then moving the bricks back into the, with bricks, you have to keep every 3 times that you click this button, you're going to have to start moving stuff around. Whereas with mortar, it's like just so much more relaxed. And a lot of the times when I'm playing this game, I'm multitasking. I'm not just playing this game. I'm also either watching other streamers and interacting with them, or I'm watching YouTube, or I'm watching a show, or I'm watching, I still been following Overwatch League, or chatting away. I get distracted though a lot. Or streaming. like I don't understand how people stream games that are like how do you stream Overwatch and stay engaging? Oh, nice. Okay, so this one got 70 and this one was an 88 and the ding happened. And let me just waste the last bit of this. I have some favor sitting in my pool. So I'm just going to try to improve these 60s here and bleed my favor away. or I'll be reading the forums, or I'll be. So here's what we can do. We can um, we'll go through this favor here. I'll set Xander up doing the same thing as Griffith's doing, and I think he also has a clay piece. Where it is, I don't know. Maybe it's in the magic chest. If not, I'm going to have to make him one. Oh no, there it is. I put it in here because it still had a whole bunch of weight in it. Let's see. By the time I get over there, Griffiths is going to have probably gone through this set of mortar. Yeah, these 69s, I don't know what to do with them. Frown, frown, frown. Okay, only a couple more casts here. This one, and let's see, has 70, that's 60, that's 130. It's only 2 more casts. Another frown. Tick. Let's see, another third of a skill just here today. I mean, the thing about this game is that all it takes is consistency. Right? All it takes is I get a third of a skill today, get another third of a skill tomorrow, another third of a skill the next day, and voila, I'm at the next level, right? And then you just do this for a year, right? Consistency. You do this for a year, and next thing you know, your skill's in the 90s. All right. Whoops. I guess the 100's at the bottom, right? So let's see. Do I have... So I got 6 shoes above 90. 4 in the 80s, so there's an 80 set. How many 70s did I get? 15. Okay, so that's... I'm 1 short of 4 sets of 70s. That's okay, because I got some more... I got some random 70s here and there, probably. Let's see, I probably have some 70s in here. Let's see. What do I got here? Yeah, got some randoms in here as well. Okay, I need to empty a backpack here. One of these, which one is the easiest to empty? This one. Okay, let's just make sure. Whoops. Let's just make sure. Silver. Nope, there's no silver in there. There's silver in here. 8 quality silver. None in here. Okay, here's some 30 quality silver. There's only 9 here, so I'll just... It's a little damage, but that's okay. It'll lower it slightly. It's low quality silver anyway. And this bronze lump, let's see, does it fit up here? Yeah. Okay. I'll just put all the horseshoes in here. And I'm just going to take the 50s and 60s, 70s and 60s. Oh, I have 25 more horseshoes here. Oh, all these are like 60s and 50s. Interesting. I might like start doing like some low, maybe, 50 sets and then pricing them cheaper. Maybe make it so it's like 1 silver for a full set of 50s or something like this. I'll have to like figure out what the fair price is for 50 sets. Okay, so I have a whole bunch of shoes here. Actually, and then there's some, what are these ones? 39, 38. And this is my botched 75 Circle of Cunning horseshoe. Okay, so whoops. Where's that other set of horseshoes? Okay, so anything that's 60 or below, I'll take into the other bin. Did that all fit? Yep. Okay. So now how many 70s do I got? 17. Okay, so that's 4 sets of 70s, a set of 80s, and a set of 90s, and a couple extra 90s. That's nice. Okay. That's going to be a lot of blacksmithing I got to do. And that'll probably bring me to 90 if I finish that off. Okay, so let's do some mortar making now. Let's just make sure, because Xander can't carry nearly as much as Griffith. So I'm going to do 3 maybe. Let's do 3. Let's see if Xander can carry 3. So 3 sands. And I'm going to need 15 clay. 15? Yeah. Okay, perfect. And then I combine and combine. And Xander's masonry is lower than Griffith's. Xander's masonry is lower. So he's going to fail a little bit more. Let me see what his masonry is. 23. Okay, so there's like this misconception out there that mortar making is something that you do only when your skill is high. And granted, like you just saw me fail twice there. I failed twice and got a mortar. But even at this low skill of 23 masonry or 37 masonry, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. You got a log as you only got your worm time if promised to clear up the garden after the kids' party. Been a blast. Even got some tips too. Thanks, Adam. Thanks. You're very welcome. I know exactly how that is. You get your worm time and then you got your commitments. So hope to see you next time. Joshua. Ooh, and this is also giving me mind logic a little bit better than the rope making was. So let me just see. Let me just look. Yeah, a little bit better. I think. Let's go back up here. Oh, although it was like I was... Oh, thanks for the follow, DZ. How do I pronounce your name? Zozok. Zozok. That's... I'll call you DZ. I think DZ is easier to say for me. Joe. Okay, that's actually not so bad. Joe. Is it Jojo? Jojoke? Or Jojok? I don't know. It's one of those. Jojoke. All right. I could deal with Jojoke. Let's see, and Xander is getting his mind logic up. He's going to hit 30 soon. Jojok. All right. Cool. Like these milestones, the mind logic ones. Just can't wait for them. And I feel like I've been lagging behind on mind logic. Which is weird because I do things like smithing and mining, and those are really good for mind logic. Okay, and while we're doing this, I did want to look at... Hey, Zetrin. You just missed the fun casting. And I just started with the mortar making, which is a little bit more boring, but a little bit more relaxed. And I'm about to look at some skill grinding tips. Like this is like deep advanced skill grinding tips. And these are not mine. These are, I'm going to be looking at, let's bring it up. How come that didn't work? I see. There we go. Okay. And I wanted to look at, what is it called? Oblivion Reavers. He has a post on the forums called Grinding Everything. And I think it's in the game guide section of the community assistance. So like you go to the community assistance forum post and you go to the game guides. And it's this one right here. And this thing, if you are about to set out to prepare to grind anything, I highly recommend spending a little bit of time looking at this post here to get yourself ready. Okay, as I said before, skilling anything, like if you want to do some serious skilling, like bang for buck, you want to maximize your skill gain. The best thing you can do is spend time at the beginning preparing. Okay, so even though you're not gaining skill while you're preparing, it's like the most important step. Sorry, I'm just gonna, I have to refresh Griffith's inventory of clay. He needs 40 clay and 4, yep, 4 sand. Okay, so this is what part of it is just research. You know, you want to look here. Hey, Farron, good morning. Although it's not morning anymore. Okay, so you pick the skill that you're going to be grinding, and you find it in this. And I'd recommend spending some time reading through some of these because he has some really good tips for general skill grinding stuff. The first tip, which is make sure that you understand how skilling kind of works in this game. And that is like a learning curve to begin with. But the basic idea is this piece right here. If you perform an action, no matter what action you do, there is a hidden roll that happens in the background. It's always hidden. Like you never get to see the roll. Okay? And the outcome of that roll is anywhere between negative 100 and positive 100. But where it's going to land will depend on a variety of factors that include your skill, the quality of the tool you're using, the type of action that you're performing. All of these have values that contribute to that roll. And the idea is that you will only get a skill tick if that roll lands between 1.01 and 39.99 inclusive. So I'm gonna switch that to just 1 to 40, right? So anywhere between 1 and 40. Like you will not get a skill if it was 1.00, and you're not gonna get a skill if it's 40.00. Anywhere in between, you'll get a skill. Okay, so that's why he says refer to 1 as 40. Okay, now that's like the first thing you got to know. That's for every action in this game. You're only going to get a skill tick if it's rolled between 1 and 40, and each one of these skills that happen get a roll. Okay, so Mind Logical get a roll, Mind is getting a roll, and each action you perform has a certain set of skills that it will improve. Okay, and then there's modifiers that go on top of that. Like there's tons of modifiers after that, but so this is really to determine whether you get a skill tick. Okay, so there's 2 pieces to skilling. One is the frequency of the ticks, like whether you get a skill tick or not. And then the second piece is how large that skill tick is. And you got to treat those completely separately from one another, because obviously you want both to be as high as possible. You want the frequency to be as high as possible. You want the size of the skill tick to be high as possible. There are various things that you can do to increase those two things, but they're separate things. So you kind of keep those two separate. In this thread here, he is focusing only on the frequency. Okay, so increasing frequency. Okay, the reason is because increasing tick size is actually quite easy to do. There's only very few things you can do that will increase tick size. Obviously, sleep bonus, circle of cunning, affinity foods. That's about it. Okay, longer action timers, maybe. Okay, these things affect tick size. Okay, let's put those things aside. Now we're talking about frequency, because we want as many actions as possible to provide me with a skill tick. That's going to increase my skill gain per hour. Okay, now he links right at the beginning this grinder tool. Okay, so I'm going to open that up and we're going to look at that. Let me just see. Okay, that's not working. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause the mortar making for this grinder bit, because for some reason if I have it shared like I did before, if I pull this down, you see how you can now see this drop down menu. Okay, and I've shown this so many times in the streams, but I find that every time I show it, somebody says, "Well, thank you for showing me that, because I never knew that before." Okay, this grinder is a simulator. Okay, and what it does is it simulates however many actions you tell it to simulate in like a blink. Okay, and all it's simulating is that roll that happens the roll is between negative 100 and positive 100. So I'll give an example. Let's say we are digging. Okay, let's take digging as an example. Okay, and you want to increase your digging skill. Okay, so you enter in what your skill is. So let's say my skill is 30. Okay, and I'm using a 20 quality shovel, let's just say. And let's just, for the sake of simplicity, let's say we're digging on a slope of 0. Now, the reason why slope matters for digging is because the steeper the slope, the more difficult it is, which will make the rolls lower. Okay, so if you are digging on a really steep slope, the rolls will be lower. And also the type of thing that you're digging will determine the outcome as well. So let's say we're just digging dirt. We're we're low skill. We have a low quality tool. We're digging on flat land. Anywhere between 0 and 1, 0 and 5 is the same. Okay, so every 5 slope, it increases the difficulty slightly. When I hit submit, what I'm going to get is a graph that looks like this. And this is just a histogram. It tells you the frequency of each roll. Okay, so it tells me how many times. Let's just grab one of these pieces of data. So I'm selected between 22 and 23. It tells me of the 50,000 rolls, how many of those landed, between this selection, right? Now, what we're interested in is how many selected between 0 and 40. 1 and 40, okay? Now, what's nice about this tool is that it automatically tells you this number in this vicinity right here. Like on this roll, skill gain is telling you what percentage of these rolls gave you a skill tick. That is to say, what percentage of them landed between 0 and 40. Now, I don't know why. If I do this manually... Oh, I see. Okay, 0 and 40. Gives me the same number, but there's something wrong with that, because really it's only 1 and 40, and it should be exclusive, right? So I don't know. It might be slightly off, but it's giving you a good idea. Now, what that's telling me is that 53.8% of the actions, of the 50,000 actions that I simulated, is going to give me a skill tick. Now that's actually not bad, right? You'll notice that the large portion, this taller portion, is in that vicinity right there. Okay, and that's telling me that the majority, slight majority of my actions are going to give me a skill tick. Now there's always going to be these tails at the end of each one. You're never going to get much more than 53 or 54%. That's like the top end. And this is how you know you're in the optimal situation. Okay. Now let's suppose I decided, oh, like somebody's gifted me a 90 quality shovel. Yes, 90 quality, that's better, right? Okay, well, if I'm using a 90 quality shovel, what is better is that the outcome of my rolls is going to be much, much higher. Right? The outcome of the rolls is much higher, which means the quality of the dirt is going to be up. But the percentage of actions that happen between 0 and 40 is going to be much less. Okay, we're getting more of the actions producing values between 40 and 60. Let's say that's where 40 and 70. That's like where the majority of them are. Whereas down here, I'm getting a lot less actions that are in the low values here. Okay, so I'm going to get far less skill gain if I'm using a higher quality shovel in this situation. Okay, now for low skill, it's actually not as bad to do this, right? If you're low skill, let's say I was only 10 skill, right? Look at that. I can be at 10 skill and use a 90 quality shovel and still get 53% of my actions giving me skill ticks, and that's actually not bad. Now the 90 quality shovel is going to go faster, which means that each skill tick is going to be lower, smaller tick size, but the frequency is still there. That's not terrible. It's just when you get up into like the high skill, like let's say my skill is 80, okay, but I'm using a 90 quality shovel, I'm going to get very, very, very little skill here. Only 2% of my actions are going to give me a skill tick. And you can hit that submit button a whole bunch of times just to see a distribution. Okay, so it's not even 2% of my actions are going to give me a skill tick. Therefore, I'm going to get no skill. Okay, so high skill with a high quality tool, you're not going to get any skill, but you're going to be producing because each of these actions at this level is only going to be like 3-second, 4-second actions. So you're going to be flying through projects. Just don't expect to get any skill there. If you're up at 80 skill and you want, if you're up at 80 skill and you want to get the best gains, they'll recommend that you go to 1 quality. Okay, and even so, you're not getting optimal gains. At 80 skill, 1 quality shovel, you're getting only 44% skill ticks. So this is where things like increasing the slope of where you're digging, let's increase that to 50 slope, let's say. Okay, notice how the distribution moved down. I'll show that again. If it was at 0 slope, the distribution's up here. If I go to 50 slope, the distribution moved down a little bit. And now I'm back to above 50% of my skill, of my actions. And you might even go to 60, 70, and you can see I'm back into the 53. Okay. Alternatively, we can change the thing we're skilling on. So for example, let's say I move to clay. I'll just sit on clay and I'll dig. Clay has a higher difficulty than dirt, so this is going to make all my actions lower rolls, and I'm back to that 53% again. Okay, so 80 digging skill, 1 quality shovel, clay seems to be a great place to be when you're trying to increase the frequency of ticks. Now, some skills aren't represented on this list. You'll notice, particularly imping. Well, imping like clumped a whole bunch of stuff together. I always find it really hard to figure out imping because each tool that you have tends to be a different skill. So like my skill in hammers is going to be different than a skill in, something else, whatever. And also some things don't have skill, like whetstone. The whetstone action, like what tool skill am I using there? I don't know. The other thing is the tool qualities are all different, right? So like I don't know. It's using this for imping. I don't know if that's like worth spending the time doing. Let me just get these guys moving. They haven't been moving for a bit. Um, so I tend to use this tool mostly for like things like farming, mining, wood cutting. But they do say that if it's not listed here, the fixed bonus one, where in the for some reason they put channeling here, I don't know why, but like fixed bonus is the one that you would use for like uh, a random skill that's not on that list. And so you can put in your skill, you can put in the difficulty of the action. You kind of have to know what that is, and sometimes that's a mystery. Like for example, let's say rope making is not here. Let's say while I'm producing those cordage ropes and rope making is not here, so I would use fixed bonus. I would say my skill in rope making was what 71. The difficulty of the action, I know cordage is 40. You can look that up on the Wikipedia. Uh, I have no idea what this bonus is, so I'll put 0. And the tool quality, which is my rope tool, is like, I don't know, 75 or 80 or whatever it is. And then I submit, right? And what you're going to see is the random distribution of the output of those cordage ropes, somewhere hovering around 40. And I can attest that that's approximately where the average is. The average of the output is somewhere in the low 40s for my particular situation. Which is fine because I personally am not going for skill when I'm rope making. I'm going for quality. I actually want that quality to be higher. And often, like I did at one point get a 90 imp on my rope tool just so that I can get a higher output of ropes. But since then, it's lowered. The quality's got really low. But sort of this is the idea, right? Like I'm still getting, even in this situation, 30% of the actions are giving me skill ticks. Okay, so that's the first thing that you need to know about this thing. I'm gonna push this back here. Whoops. Grinding everything. Let me just make sure that the stream is okay. Yep, I'm gonna get these guys going again. And I'm gonna go back to this way. And I need to make this smaller. So it fits on the screen. A little bit better. This is the downside to having two screens with different resolutions. Okay. Anyway, we can see it now, I think. And by the way, let me know if there's any questions. Sometimes this stuff is I mean, I know a lot of you watching know this stuff already. I do find though that every time I mention this, it's like there's always somebody who never knew this before. Okay. So now that my mortar making is going, I gotta keep an eye on that. Okay. Now, if you're still with me from before, when I was talking about the imping blacksmithing, okay, most people, when you ask them how to imp blacksmithing, let's say, they're going to tell you this. They're going to tell you, use high quality tools and imp one item at the time in the sweet spot. And they'll talk about sweet spot imping, right? Okay, now, yes, sweet spot imping does what it says that it's going to do. It's going to double your tick sizes. Okay. Double tick sizes. That sounds really good, right? Like it sounds almost like you're doubling your skill gain. But you have to be really careful here because doubling tick sizes does not double your skill gain unless the frequency of the ticks is the same as it was before. Right? So, like, think about it this way. If I double my tick sizes, but I'm only going to get half as many ticks as before in the same amount of time, then you actually didn't change your skill gain at all. Okay, so because there's 2 parts to all this, you can't just talk about tick sizes without talking about frequency. Okay, they're hand in hand. Okay, so now this is why he starts off by saying use high quality tools. Okay, because if you're going to use this this strategy for skill gaining, if you don't use high quality tools, then the chance that you're going to get a tick is going to be super low. And the reason is because you're improving items. Let me see here. It says if you can get someone with higher skill to give you something imped this high. Okay, this high is this whatever your skill is times 0.77 plus 23. So let's here, Joe, you were talking about your skill was 38. Okay, I'm going to multiply that by 0.77. I'm going to add 23. So the sweet spot number for you is 52.26. So you round that up to 53. What this is saying is that you're going to need to find somebody to give you a 53 or higher skill item. Okay, I'd probably recommend going up to high 50s or maybe even 60 if you want to try this thing. Then you're going to need like 90 plus quality tools. I wouldn't go any less than 90. Okay, so all of your tools need to be 90. You'll need a 90 quality whetstone. You'll need a 90 quality pelt. You'll need a 90 quality hammer. Okay, like this sort of stuff. You're going to need like high quality tools. Okay. Then you're going to improve this item one time because you do not want to let the timer go over 15 seconds. Okay, because the first action timer is going to be 12 seconds. Then the next one's going to be 16. So that 16-second action timer is not going to produce you the double skill gain. So you literally do the one action, watch the bar go across, and when the action finishes, you wait for your stamina to refresh, and then you do the next tool action. Okay, so each one is 12 seconds. Okay, in this situation, you're not going to get above 50% of your actions giving you ticks. It's going to be something like at your skill, because you're pretty low skill and you're imping something that's like much higher than your skill, which is high difficulty. Even if you're using high quality tools, you might get 30% of your actions giving you skill ticks or something like that. It might be even below 30%. Okay, so while the doubling of the tick sizes is happening, you're definitely going to get less frequent ticks overall. Now, in the end, is it going to be a wash? Is it going to be about the same skill or a little bit more? That all depends on what your skill is. And I don't know the answer for sure. Hey, Drogos, what's going on? We're just talking about the sweet spot right now stuff. Okay, at low skill, my intuition is telling me that this method is not faster than the method I just showed you before of just queuing your actions. Now, whether or not it is better at higher skill, a lot of people think so. A lot of people believe it is. And I haven't yet tested it fully myself. So it's possible that it's better. It's possible that this will be faster than just queuing up. And I'll do a test actually. My skill's at 88. Let's say if your skill's at 90 times by 0.77 and then add 23, I need a 92. So I don't need that high of a quality of an item. I'll need like a 95 quality item or something like that. I'll have to get my hands on one and try it. Okay, actually, I don't really advocate the sweet spot imping stuff because I honestly never. I've done several tests on it, all with low skill. My skill was like in the 30s maybe or 40s when I started, or maybe even lower than that. And all of my tests have always returned that sweet spot imping gives you less skill than just regular imping, like queuing up. But I haven't tested on high skill. my prediction is that at high skill, it makes a big difference. And the reason is because the higher your skill is, the closer the item you're using is to your skill. Okay? So, like, if your skill's at 90, you're going to be imping on something that's like 93. Like, not that much higher than your skill. Whereas if your skill's like 30, you're imping something that's like 60 or 55 or whatever it is. Like, it's like way above your skill. And so you're going to fail so much more and you're going to get so many less skill ticks. I'll let you guys know when I do some testing on that, what the outcome was. But then there's one more thing to consider, and this is the deal breaker for me, because even if Sweet Spot Imping gives me higher skill gain than just regular imping, it's this thing that I'm highlighting right now that is the deal breaker for me. Do not let your skill timer go over 15 seconds. Okay, that means you have to be there to queue up the next action right when the first action completes. So you're actually not queuing up any actions. You just do one action, you watch the 12 seconds go. When the 12 seconds finishes, you do the next action. That means that you have to be there every 12 seconds to press the button, every 13 seconds to wait for your stamina to refresh. That means that you have to more actively be on top of what you're doing. Okay. Whereas if you queue up 5 actions, you can turn away for a full minute or more and then come back and queue up 5 more actions and then turn away for a minute, right? So like it's much more relaxed when you're doing that. But if you're really, I'll do some tests and see, right? But I would say that in order for Sweet Spot Imping to actually be something I use, it will have to show about 50% more skill gain than the traditional way. I'd have to see a 50% skill gain boost. And the reason is because the chances that I miss, like I queue up the 12-second action, the 12-second action finishes, and then the chances that I let 10 seconds, 12 seconds go by before I queue up the next one is pretty high. It's like you're not, unless you're there the moment the action finishes and you just press the button right away and you're watching the bar, it finishes, you press the button right away. Unless you're doing that for hours on end, this is not going to be better, right? Okay, nice, awesome. I'm glad to hear it. So yeah, like I honestly would say that just for a regular player who's just sort of like working their way through the skills, just queuing up your actions, just queue up 4 actions or 5 actions, however many you can. That's the best way to go. I mean, that's the way I got to 88 blacksmithing right here. Oh, I'm not showing that. Yeah, that's how I got the 88 blacksmithing that I did. I did no sweet spot imping. And I'd say I probably haven't really pushed my blacksmithing all that much. And the reason why blacksmithing goes up nicely is because there's a lot of need. A lot of people need their tools. And just between Brian and myself, and I imped a bunch of horseshoes for orders, and I imped some tools for alliance mates and these sorts of things. Just between that alone, my skill goes up. Okay, so now to the thing that I really wanted to talk about. So that's just imping and skilling and stuff like that. But let me see. I wanted to talk about... I'm going to go to the section on channeling because I know it's there, but he has a whole section on wound freezing. This is something that's relatively new to the pop culture of Wurm. If you go back 1 full year to before the Steam launch, you would not hear a peep about wound freezing. Okay, nobody talked about wound freezing, and there might have been a select few who knew about it, but were like tight-lipped about it because it is a severe advantage to anybody who knows about wound freezing compared to those who don't. And it's one of these things that you see in Wurm all the time. It's like some obscure mechanic code that's been in the code base for like time immemorial, and somebody figures it out probably by looking at the Wurm Unlimited code. Um, it's like when I found out, I'm like, this isn't right. This can't be right, but it is, and kind of it's kind of annoying that it's there, but because it's there, you kind of have to not ignore it. Um, for those of you who are around from the beginning of the Steam launch and on the new servers, you'll know that very early on, there were people on the server who quickly got to 99 channeling. And there was a whole hullabaloo about updates that the Wurm devs did to like fix it. And it was all centered around the priest linking mechanics. And then the devs nerfed the priest linking mechanics, citing that with these mechanics, people can grind their channeling up really, really fast. And so they nerfed it. They completely nerfed that. Okay. And because of that nerf, a bunch of people who were really pushing for their channeling to go up discovered this method, which was even better than linking. It's like better than linking because you don't need many priests to do this. You just need 1 or 2 priests. Like it's beneficial if you have a second priest, but you could do this with a single priest, and it's still better than priest linking, and it achieves the same result. And even though the devs know this, they have said they're not going to touch it. I think they might touch it. They might change it, and I feel that it's one of those weird things in Wurm where like people talk about windows of opportunity. Like there was a time when you could grind this up really, really fast, but then the devs nerfed it, and all these people who now have 99 in this skill benefited from that, and now you can't get it anymore. So I definitely feel like it will get nerfed. The more people who talk about it, it will get nerfed, and I think it should be talked about. I think everybody should know about this. I think the devs really need to address this, but nonetheless, sure. Thank you. Got some food. Okay, so let's talk about this because I really feel like I know I get such a torn. I'm so torn on this, right? Because like if I talk about it and then it gets nerfed, then it's gonna suck. But if I don't talk about it, then people are gonna have an advantage over others, and it's gonna suck. So either way, I think that it's better that everybody's on the same playing field. And if it gets nerfed, it gets nerfed. Okay, so so let's just talk about wounds for a second, right? So like your let's oh okay, I had it off anyway. Okay, so you go over here and you click this, like this is your character window, right, where you put your equipment, and you click here and you get your paper doll where all your wounds are, right? And if you get a wound, it'll show up in a different section on your body, right? Like you have hands, arms, torso, head, face, your both legs, both feet. Okay. Each one of those sections have subsections. Okay. So your head is broken up into head and neck. Your torso is broken up into the 2 shoulders and the center of your torso. Actually, I think stomach is there as well, and like groin is there. Like there's a whole bunch of subsections to each of the main sections. Okay, now that's something I never knew until a couple weeks ago, that each of your wound sections has subsections. Okay. Now, a wound in each of the subsections will lower the effective skill of one of your skills. Okay, so most of the sections deal with your characteristics. So every one of these characteristics has a section where if you get a wound in that section, it will take your skill and lower it by a certain percentage. Now, it's not actually going to lower it here in this window. It's just like we call it the effective skill. Okay, so it'll act as if your skill is a certain percentage lower. Hey, new Neo, what's going on? We're just getting ourselves into the deep end of wound freezing. Okay, so to understand wound freezing and taking advantage of it, we have to really understand wounds. Okay, so you get a wound in a certain section, and each section is associated with a particular skill, and what it's going to do is that wound will cause your skill to effectively act as if it's much lower than what it is. Okay, now how much lower will depend on the wound size. I was told of a formula. I don't know of I haven't verified this formula for myself, so this is like secondhand knowledge. But the formula is you take the wound damage. So let's say you get a wound and it's 20, a 20 damage wound. So you take 20, you divide it by 73, and that's the percentage that it will lower your effective skill by. So let's say a 20 damage wound, divided it by 73, and I got 0.27. That's 27%. So that'll take my skill and lower it by 27%. Okay. Now, as I said, each section is associated with a particular skill, and I think every characteristic is represented here. I think a crotch wound will lower your body control. A lower back wound will lower your body strength. Okay. I think all the characteristics, you can find a spot that will lower it. Now, I'll say this honestly, I don't think that the characteristics are where anybody's interested in worrying about, although some of the really crazy grinders who want to get these characteristics up really high might worry about the characteristics. But there seems to be two spots that don't affect characteristics, but instead affect one of these skills. There's only two skills, I think. Just so happens, one of those skills is channeling. So this skill here, channeling, is affected by the neck. So if you get a neck wound, it will cause your channeling skill to be lowered by a certain percentage. Okay? Now that's the one that matters, because that's the one that everybody wants to get up. Everybody wants to get the channeling up if you have a priest. That's the skill that's going to make it so that you cast higher casts. Okay, so if you have a priest and you notice all of your casts are really low and it's really painful, get your channeling up. The way you can get your channeling up is by casting spells, of course. But the best way to get your channeling up is to get a neck wound that will lower your effective channeling skill. That way, you can cast the lower level spells and still get skill gain from them. Okay, is everybody with me here? It's like back to that grinder thing, right? Like, if your skill's really high and you're doing something really easy, you're not going to get any skill. But if you have high skill and have a way to bring that skill down to a low skill again, like effectively a low skill, all of a sudden those low spells are back in the spot where you're getting majority of your casts in that 1 to 40 range, and you're getting skill again. Okay? It turns out a neck wound will lower your channeling skill by an effective amount. Okay? Now, the problem with wounds is that they either get better over time or they get worse over time. Okay, so like if you get a really bad wound, it'll get worse over time and eventually you're going to die. Obviously, that is counterproductive to skill gain. So here, let's do this now. Let's see how much more do I have on Griffith? I've already made 300 mortar here in this time. Okay, so what you do, the idea is you get a bad wound that would normally worsen until you die, but then you put the right healing cover on it, that freezes the wound. It like stabilizes the wound so that it's no longer getting better or getting worse. Okay, Nunio, you're talking about something else. Okay. Low stamina, and I'll answer your question in a second, Joe, and I'll show you, I'll demonstrate. Low stamina is another reason why people are doing wound healing, and it's for another reason. Okay, so low stamina, what that's going to do is increase action timer. Increasing action timer increases skill tick size. So you get more skill on each action. And you want to do this for things that are like farming's a good example, where there's like a limited resource. I only have 70 tiles of farm, so I can only do 70 actions every day, and I have to wait until all those farm tiles tick over before I can do it again. So I'm limited to, let's say, 70 actions a day. If you want to make the most out of those 70 actions, what you do is you lower your stamina so that each action is much longer. Therefore, each tick is bigger. Okay, so that's a strategy for increasing skill gain. What people do instead of climbing around until they're low on stamina is they get a wound so that they just stay low stamina the whole time, and then they freeze that wound. Okay, but what I'm talking about is something specific to channeling only. Okay, specific to channeling only. And then I think the other skill that you can do this with is climbing. There's another spot, I don't know where it is, but there's another spot on your body which does climbing. But let's talk about channeling for a second. So if you get a wound right on the neck, what that does is it takes your channeling skill, whatever it is, and it reduces it. So like if you're at, like my channeler's at 78 channeling, if I get a neck wound, I can bring that channeling skill down to 20. I'll still have 78 channeling, but it'll act as if I have 20 channeling skill. That way I can cast a low-level spell and still get skill gain. Okay, and I'm going to show you how to intentionally damage a specific part of the body. It's not easy, and it takes a bit of trial and error. Okay, but it's possible. I'm just going to finish this last little bit with Griffith here. There's actually a whole bunch of them. I know. So like, but most of them are characteristics. Okay, so there's definitely a spot for body strength, body stamina, body control. There's one for mind logic. There's one for whatever. There's like a bunch of spots for these ones. But unless do you know the list, or I don't know if you are able to share. But I can't seem to find a list of these anywhere. But in Oblivion Reaver's section here, he has a section where he talks about a couple. So channeling is one of them, right? He says neck bruise, wound, and freeze it with a 6 healing cover. Okay, it lowers the effective channeling so you can grind with lower difficulty spells indefinitely. Okay, so I'll show how that is done. There's another section, grinding wounds, where he says, it's right here somewhere, lower back or top of back is body strength, crotch is body control, face is mind speed. Right? You kind of have to scour. There's a couple more. I think, let's look for climbing. I think climbing was another one. Gathering skills, shield skills. First aid with hand wounds. Okay. First aid with left arm for shield skill. I did not know that. Underarm wound for archery. Okay, this is good. Okay, I wish there was like a place that just, here's the list of all the wounds. And I like, it's so specific, right? Like left arm and underarm wounds. Katz, do you know if there's like a link or something like that to like maybe a Wikipedia page or something that lists all of them? I know Oblivion Reaver here doesn't list any of those, I don't think. Although It's possible it's listed somewhere. I think it was climbing was another one that I saw. Climbing, make a drop shaft. Chest wounds reduce effective climbing skill. Okay, so he says it here, right? It's kind of like spattered, smattered throughout this entire post. There's no one place where you can just look at all the wounds and all the skills, right? Yeah. Somebody's gonna make one sometime soon, I'm sure. But yeah, there's a bunch of them, right? A bunch of skills that are associated with a bunch of wounds. That if you want to skill up that wound, or skill up that skill, the best way is get that particular wound, and it will help. Now, this doesn't help at the low levels. This only helps when you get high level, right? Like for archery, you would never do this at the beginning, right? Because your skill's low already. The only thing this is going to help for is if you have high skill and you want to skill up like you had low skill, right? Because remember, with this grinder, if you have a high skill and you're doing something that's really easy, like 20 difficulty, you're not going to get skill gain. Okay? This is a problem. So if you have a way of taking your 80 quality skill and all of a sudden making it act like it was a 20 quality skill again or 20 level skill again, all of a sudden you're going to get more skill ticks. Okay? So this is what people are doing. They first grind normally until their skill's high, then they wound freeze so that their skill acts like it's lower so that they're getting all these skill ticks again. Right? Right. That's the thing. What not every skill has one of these things. So I don't think mining has one of these things. Right? Only there's like a handful select of skills that do this. And there's not any of the really good ones. Like as Katz is pointing out, even those ones aren't well sought after skills unless you're a PvPer, which honestly, the fact that these are all PvP skills makes me feel like it's a conspiracy. It irks me a little bit that it's like this because I know how it became. I can guess how it became like this. I don't know for sure, but I can guess how it became like this. I'll leave that for another day. But for now, this is, I think, important for everybody to know because it's unfair that some people know and other people don't. Okay, so let's now talk about how to get a specific. I can help you with mining though. I did recently get my mining to 90, and I know good strategies for that. But let's talk about getting a particular wound now. Okay, so I'm gonna take Griffith over here. I don't know why I can't duel on the deed, so I have to step off the deed here to do this. Before I do this, see preparation. Got to prepare. I can't just do this without having a healing cover ready to go. And I think I might have one healing cover. Yep. But one is not enough. Okay. Hoof. Nope, it's not. I picked the wrong bin. Hoof. There's. No, I had the right bin. What's happening here? Where's my hoofs? Oh, there it is. I'll just grab them here. Hooves. Hooves. Let's just do 5. And an eye. Okay, now I'm making particularly a level 6 healing cover. The way that healing covers work is that depending on the materials you're putting into them, each material that can make a healing cover has a particular level. Eyes are level 3. A hoof is level 2. The outcome is the multiplication between those two numbers. So 3 times 2 is 6. I'm going to be making a level 6 healing cover. Oh, I don't know what I did there. Okay, anyway. Well, Griff, if you're going to say that one of the PvP programmers inserted this secretly to benefit themselves, I can confirm there's no such thing. This was all put in quite intentionally years and years ago. PvP mining, yeah. Right. I have no doubt that this was intentionally put in, but for why? is the question. To allow people to skill up faster who knew about it. That's the only reason, right? Because it allows you to skill up faster. Unless it's like, unless it was put in so that a wound, like I'm going to hit that priest in the neck so that their next cast is not as good. Like maybe it was because of a PvP combat thing. But either way, it's in the game. Why that I don't know, just making a wild guess. Easter egg because Wurm has tons of... Yeah, I know that is true. Easter egg things are so common in this game. It just felt bad at the beginning of the server when you had these 99 channeling priests within 3 months of the server opening, just completely dominating the priest market, making it so that newer players or players who are working regularly on their priests, trying to get their channeling up. Yeah, it's still not going to be an easy grind. It's still a long grind. Don't get me wrong, but you're gonna be able to do it far easier this way. Okay, so let's do this. Oh, that's weird. Remember that thing I was testing recently that you couldn't reveal yet? That thing blew me away. That's totally an Easter egg also. Okay, I can't wait to know about that. Can't wait to know. But I'll have to wait, I guess. Okay, so let's talk about getting specific wounds. Now, the problem is that when you swing and hit somebody, it's like going to hit a random spot. But you have a little bit of control over where you swing, like which part of the body it is. Okay, so let's say I'm going to go specifically for a neck wound. What I'm going to do is I'm going to aim top middle, and top middle can produce head, neck, shoulder, face. Those are, I think, those four. Okay, it's like possibly, and there's a possibility that I swing badly and hit an arm or something like that. But from my experience with Griffith, because I'm only guessing here, his fighting skill's pretty good. If I aim high, he's probably going to hit the head or the neck or the shoulder or the face. Okay, those are the common ones. So sparring, I'm going to just spar. I think sparring, let's see. Do you wish to spar? You will receive no penalties for attacking each other. Before the final blow, the duel will normally end and the winner will be declared. Normally, right? Because on rare occasions, the winning player unfortunately fails to hold his final blow back and the opponent is slain. But I'm not going to go that far. I'm just going to try to get single wound here. Okay, so let's do a couple things. I'm going to take off the weapon for Xander. I'm also going to have this open so that I can take off the weapon on Griffith so that he doesn't hit too much. Okay, so then I'm going to just a target. And up here, I'm going to aim high. Okay, now I'm aiming high. See, it says in the right shoulder. Okay, so I'm going to go until I see neck. Or until he's almost dead. Head. I'm going to do one more swing, and then I'll stop. One more hit, rather. Wait, what happened? What happened? Okay, that's weird. Aim high. A little bit closer. Okay. Now, let's take a look at these wounds. So, you'll notice that I hit in the head, and then I hit in the head again. Those two combined on the same wound. Now that happens sometimes, and that doesn't happen other times. Sometimes it makes two separate wounds on the head. Sometimes it makes a bigger wound, okay? When I examine this wound, if I examine this by just like I right click and hit the eye, examine, it says, you see splinters of crushing bone at the head. Okay, this wound is worsening. Okay, so that's not what I want. I want it to be at the neck, and this one here is on the shoulder. Okay, so now here's another thing I learned 2 weeks ago. I never knew before. I can get rid of these wounds, and I'll just do this simply by, let's see, you need to sacrifice 50 favor. So let's see what this is, 37 favor. I'll put 2 more in there. 47 favor. I'll put 1 more in there. 53 favor. Sacrifice. Watch this. And let me know if you've ever heard of this before. I never knew this. You sacrifice 50 favor. And voila. 0 wounds. All my wounds are gone. 15-second action timer. 0 wounds. Just need 50 favor. Okay. And we will repeat. I need to put the staff back on. And I need to aim high. Head. Head. Left shoulder again. Okay, I'm going to stop before I kill Xander. I'm going to go sacrifice 50 more. And I think this is actually not so bad because because my favorite bar is full, I'm not over sacking. What's happening to the favor is it's going into the deed bonuses. I missed how many it was. 11? 58. Only 10. Okay, so I only need 10 of these. Sacrifice, 15 seconds. Rinse and repeat. Okay, this is how you do it. You just gotta, like, eventually, it won't take as long as it feels like it will. Let me see, do I have water here? I can drink some water. Okay. Attacking. High. Center. Ugh, another head. Don't worry, I'll get a neck wound in a second. What did I do that stops him from attacking? Oh, high center, high center. Another head wound. I'm gonna go one more. One more. Oh boy. They're clashing. One more. Come on. Oh! Okay, that last one would have killed him, so I guess I'm gonna have to heal that. Let's see, what did I get? I got a 61 severe and worsening wound here. Okay, what was it? Of these ones, I needed 10. So I wanted to get this wound here because once it's frozen, once the wound is frozen, it's like permanent. It just stays there. And now that I got Benediction, I kind of want to work on my channeling. So once I get this wound here, then I can just sit here and channel grind all day long. And I can do this forever. Tomorrow, the next day after that. Okay, so I know it takes a while to get this wound, but once you have it, you don't have to get it again. Let's see here. There's a neck wound. Head. Let's get one more neck. Left shoulder. Dang it. Okay, so let's take a look. One of these is a neck wound. It's this one. It's 23 damage. The head was 26. This one's 19. Okay, so that's not good. I kind of want one neck wound that's like worsening, at least. I want one neck wound that's worsening. You see how this one here says on the tooltip, it says bruise, medium, healing. Okay, the healing means that when a healing tick happens, when a tick happens, this is going to get better. This wound is getting better. In fact, all of these wounds are getting better. I'll reset. It's actually quite common that you'll get this neck wound. I'm going to try one more thing, actually. I'm going to take off my head, my helmet. Maybe I'll even take off my chest armor. What this is going to do is going to make the wound bigger, and potentially even just one wound will be worsening. Okay, let's try this again. Looks like he's still attacking. Attack high. Head. Okay, one more hit only. Let's see if I can get one big neck wound. Nope. Nope. That one would have been perfect if it was a neck one. Okay, so that tells me that taking off the helmet means one hit. If I had just taken off the helmet the last time, that one neck wound would have been enough. Okay. We're going to get it. I'm going to open up my food here. By the way, this food is something interesting to talk about too. Somehow we always talk about food on this stream. So this is going to be the food segment. Oh, I got this. Okay. Food is one of those things that everybody kind of can relate to, right? I think it's a interesting conversation topic. Okay, I'm just gonna move up. Okay, let's get a neck wound. Come on, let's go. Akai. Head. See if the second one, no, ends the duel. Okay. We're getting there though. Okay, so taking off the helmet actually did something good though, because it makes a worsening wound. Once you have a worsening wound, that's all you need. Just needs to be in the right spot. This food is like a, yeah, interesting. We'll talk about it in just a second. Let's see. Okay. Let's go one more. Back. Eye. Come on, neck wound. Come on, neck wound. Head again. Goodness. I've done this 3 times now. This is definitely by far the longest it's taken to get a neck wound. In fact, one of the times I just... So one swing was a neck wound. The next one added onto that neck wound, and that was it. That was enough. But now I just thought I could take off the armor and I can get one wound. All I need is the first one to be a neck wound. Don't worry, I'll get there. It'll be right here. Don't worry, we're almost there. Gonna get a neck wound here. Back high. Come on, neck wound. Left shoulder. Okay, well, I was wearing shoulder. Why does it end? It's only a 30 some odd wound. The next one might have been a 40 or 50 wound, and I would have been fine. Gonna run through all my ropes just for this. But that's okay. The whole time, I actually wonder, is this adding to this deed? That's a good question. Settlement info. Yeah, it seems to be adding to the other deed. Let me just see that. Let me just see here. Does this deed have any of the bonuses? No, interesting. Okay, because Xander's part of another deed. Even though I'm sacrificing here, it adds to Xander's deed. All right. Come on, neck wound. What? What was that about? That one hit would have killed him? Okay, there we go. Got it. Okay, and that's it. We're done. We got the wound. Okay, now it's 44. It's bad and it's worsening. Okay, now I kind of want to wait for it to worsen because I don't want to freeze it at 44. I kind of want it to be above 50, maybe even closer to 60. So I'm going to wait for it to worsen to that level. And while we do that, we could talk about food. But before we get there, I got to take a bathroom break. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay. All right. So this wound needs to get a little bit worse. So we'll wait for that. And I'll show you my food. I don't know if you can see this. Okay. So what this is called, oh, my green screen's showing. What what this is called is a jungtae. It's a Chinese rice patty that is made for a particular time of year, summertime. I think it has to do with the Dragon Festival or something like that. Now, what it is in, and I'll just hold it here. So, because it's green, it's the green screen's messing around with it. But this is like it's wrapped in seaweed plants. It's a particular type of plant that grows underwater. It's wrapped in it, but once I open up the wrapping, let me see. Inside is like it's maybe I can best describe it as like a rice patty. It's like sticky rice that has a particular kind of egg yolk and Chinese sausage, tons of different kinds of beans, all put together. Okay, just gonna throw out the leaves. Some of the food is stuck to the leaves, and it's so good. It's so delicious. I love this time of year. And at one point in my life, I'm going to learn how to make it properly. I've helped make it, but I would never be able to say that I'd be able to make it myself. Also, the ingredients are hard to come by. Like you have to go to a Chinese grocery store to get it. This is what it looks like when it's made. Although my green screen is showing again. Okay, it's like a rice patty. It's savory, very savory, and sticky rice. It's like very sticky. beans and all sorts of other stuff in here to make it. It's nice and it's salty. And it's very hearty, very hearty, like protein rich. They take a long time to make. The preparation is immense, and they need to boil for like, I want to say 4 hours or something like this. And so I went over to my grandfather's house to help make them, and the process is something like you have to line up the leaves, and he had it all set up, like all the stations. So like he had like the rice, and then the egg yolk, and the sausage, and the beans, and the grains, and the this and then that, and you're like going down the line, scooping a little bit of this, scooping a little bit of that, putting the sausage, putting the egg yolk, putting the grains, beans, and then you wrap, like you fold over the leaves, and then you tie a string around it, tie it off, and that goes in the pile, and you just keep doing that. You make like a bunch of those. And once they're all wrapped, then you boil them for like 4 hours or something like this. And yeah, that's how it is. And they're called jung tae. Jung tae. Anybody who has any Asian descent probably knows about them. Something you may not know about me or Brian is that we are half Asian, half Chinese. And I know you'd never know that by looking at me, but it is what it is. All right. So let's see. This 44 damage is going to get worse. So once it starts getting worse, I'll judge. And then once I'm happy with its level, I'm going to healing cover it. I feel like it needs to be above 50 or so. I don't know the details here, but I know that when it was a 51 level wound, putting a level 6 healing cover on it stabilized it. So instead of saying worsening, it says stable. And once it's stable, it doesn't move. It doesn't get better. It doesn't get worse. It just stays there. I don't know if putting this healing cover on a 44 would make it stable or not. It's possible, but we'll see. Actually, I'm not going to see. I'm not going to put this on. I'm just going to leave it like this. Now, let's do a little bit of calculation just to see where we're at. A 44.4 wound. If I divide that by 70, was it 73? 44.4 divided by 73, 60.8%, so 61% or so. That's going to take my channeling, which is 78.7, is going to reduce it by 60.8%. So to do that calculation, I'm going to subtract 1 from the negative of this, or add 1 rather. Oh, okay, it was 60.8. Doesn't have to be perfect. So 1 minus 0.68, 6608. And then I'm going to multiply that by my skill, 78.7. So currently my skill is something like 30.8. So I'll take my grinder and I'll say, okay, my skill is 30.8. Whoops, 30.8. Now I'm going to be casting a spell that has a difficulty of 10. And I think the bonus is going to be 70. at least I know that 70 is the highest the bonus can be, and it all depends on things like your. I'm just guessing here. I think it's altar quality. Your faith gives you bonus. There's a whole bunch of things that give you bonus. There's also a bonus on your deed, although I have that set to 0. But there comes a point when your skills are high enough and your bonus is at 70, and I think that's the maximum. Tool quality, I think I'm just put it at 0 because not applicable. I don't know whether it will be applicable or not. I honestly don't think it's going to make it much of a difference. And you'll see that it's still at 40%, which is low, right? I want that number to be about 50, okay? So let's say this was down to 20. That's where I want it to be. Okay, so I want my effective to skill to be somewhere around 20, not 30. So to do that, all I need to do is figure out, well, what percentage of 73, what fraction of 73 is going to reduce my skill from 78 down to about 20. So I'll do this one. 20 divided by my skill, which is 78.7, is 25%. So I need it to be 25% of 73. No, 75%. 75% of 73. 0.75 times 73 is 54. Okay, so I need the wound to be somewhere like 55. Oh, and it already got worse. Not by much, though. Okay, well, while we're waiting here, there's one more thing I had intended to do a while ago, but I never did. This is another thing I was slapping my head about, because I got Benediction. It gave me 5 hours of sleep bonus, but my sleep bonus wasn't used up. I only got like a half a bar. But another thing I messed up on was I had meant to buy this premium here. Do I have a romantic story to share about how my parents met? I don't. I know they met in school. So even though my mother is Chinese, she came to Canada when she was really young. When she was maybe 4 or 5. And so she spent most of her life here. So she met my dad at college. Okay, hold on. Where's the one that I'm looking for? I'm looking for the one that increases my sleep bonus. There it is. This increases your sleep bonus pool with 1 extra hour permanently. That's the one I want. And I have enough. Okay, hold on. Let me see. 69 minus 27 will leave me with 42. Do I have enough then left over to buy a magical chest? Ooh, I just have enough. Like exactly. I'm trying to think. Is there anything else? Yeah, she's fully fledged Canadian for sure. No, no, nothing like crazy like that. But she, I mean, she did the whole thing where she had to become a citizen. A video that shows how Wurm profiles work. What do you mean by profile? Wurm profiles? Well, yeah, there's like a pork thing here too. Mm. There's a pork sausage, but then there's also pork, like a tender pork, tenderloin. Graphical settings. Do you mean setting profiles? Like this profile? because I can kind of show you how that works. But it's in the launcher, right? So and this also will depend on if you're on the oh right. It shows backup of default profile. I don't know how to back them up. I just know how to make them. Um, and the way that I make them is through the launcher button. And I don't know how Steam works compared to this is the standalone launcher. I don't know if Steam has the same thing here, but oh okay. The way that I do it is I just hit the save as button. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know of a pre-made video of it. I don't know. And I also don't know how to back up those profiles. Like whether they're probably somewhere in the Wurm folder somewhere, but I don't know where. Wondering, is there anything that I would want to get from here? I'm not one to get monthly skins. I know those come here and there, but I'm not a skin person. Hmm. Yeah, backing up the profiles, I don't know, but just making a new profile, all I do is go to the launcher, make the settings all exactly how I want to, and I hit the save as button. And it asks me what do I want to name that profile. That's it. I have one for high settings that I play on when I'm playing on my own, and then I have the medium settings for streaming. Because two clients plus the streaming, if the both clients are on high, it's like it's pushing things a little bit at that point. So my high settings like everything as max as possible. So I just have it on medium, which is actually pretty good too. Like it still has all the things, the volumetric lighting and shadows and all that. I just lower some things that barely make a difference. Um, I'm feeling like maybe another magical chest is something in our future, and I want to make sure we have enough marks for that. But here I'll have just enough marks. Let's see how many marks Griffith has. Slash balances. They added this thing you can just do slash balances. Okay, he has 39,000 marks. Yeah, I'll just do that. Xander needs this. Yeah. Voila. And I got the title marker. Right, there's another thing. That's another thing is I got a new title for the benediction. Devout Reverend is what I have now. I might go Divine Reverend. Divine Reverend. Sounds a little bit better than devout. Okay, this is probably still at that 46. Yeah. Fancy schmancy. Divine. That is a very nice title. Oh, I'm going to rake this. This is my high quality rake. Let's just use high quality rake on the WEMP from now on. I think that's the way to go. Because that's going to give me a much bigger yield. All right. Okay, so let's get started on just casting, because at 46, it's still not going to be terrible. It's going to give me something in terms of skill. And what I need to cast on is food. So I have a bunch of food in here somewhere. Moldy breakfast. Here, there's only a couple, so I'm gonna just grab a couple more. You know, just food that I wouldn't be eating because it's kind of already. Did that go in here? Insect meal. There. I'm gonna have to make some more food here. Let's see. Is there some breakfast in here? Oh yeah, this is good. So let's take all the damaged stuff. There we go. Okay, not enough room, but that's okay. That's enough. That's enough. Nobody would suspect the divine benediction. Let's see. Titles. Let's see what other titles there. Reverent. Angelic. What is that one from? What did I get angelic from? Pious is from prayer. Furrower. It's interesting. That might be farming. I don't know. Yeah, I think reverent is what was reverent from? Probably channeling, or not channeling, but let's actually check in the Wurmpedia here. Titles. Oh right, and I can't find in this page. I can't do Control F or anything like that, which is a problem for this page. Okay, so let's do that over here. Let's just bring this in front here. And let's go to Wurmpedia. Titles. Find. So what was I looking up? I forget. Angelic. Oh goodness. Angelic. Okay, that was the second priest journal. Gave me angelic. Is there like a title benediction? No. No one expects the benediction. Okay, what else? What was the other one? There was one more that I was looking for. What? Crofter? Crofter? What was the other one I was interested in? I just said it a second ago. Maybe it was Furrower, but not too. And Crofter, that one is. It was one that I thought might be channeling. Crofter, Laura Crofter. Yeah, what is Crofter? Crofter. It's farming. Okay, what was cult? Was it cultivator? That's rake. Okay. And furrower is probably rake as well. Yeah, furrower is the second one of rake. Whoops. I think reverent is channeling, right? No, that's praying. Pious is better than reverent. Interesting. What was the channeling? Channeler, conduit, and casting specialist. Casting specialist, come on. That sounds so cheesy. Okay, I think I'm going to just stick with reverent. Divine reverent. Okay, let's stick with that. Okay. And now the wound is at 50. That's good enough for now to just cast. I don't think I'm going to freeze it at 50. I'll wait for 1 or possibly 2 more. And where was that food that was in here somewhere? Nope. Okay, let's close this bag. Let's open up the insect meal. Okay, and let's get started. Let's do this. I need more food. Channeling food? I'm too far is probably what it is. Too far. Okay, and some water. What benefit are you attempting to build? Casting specialist is smelter or priest? Yeah, casting. Yeah, I know. I think it's priest. Casting specialist is 90 channeling title. Okay, so let's since we took a little bit of a break there for what we were doing, let's explain exactly what we're doing again. Okay, so we are investigating and figuring out the wound freezing process for particularly channeling. Okay, so as it turns out, if you take a look at this wound, I'm investigating this wound, like examining the wound, and it says you see splinters of crushed bone at the neck. This is a neck wound. Neck wounds specifically reduce your effective channeling. So my channeling skill is at 78.7. The calculation is whatever the wound damage is, so 50.46 divided by 73 gives me a percentage of how much my channeling has been reduced by effectively. It didn't actually reduce the number, it still reads 78, but when I go to cast something, it's going to act as if my channeling is 69% less than 78. So to figure out how much my channeling is, I'm going to subtract 1 from that number, or make it negative and add 1, so it gives me the percentage. So it's going to be acting like 30.1% of my actual channeling. So I multiply that by 78.77. So my channeling is actually going to act like it's at 24 right now. 24.3. Okay, so let's go back to grinder. My channeling is going to be like 24.3. I'm going to be casting a 10 difficulty spell. I don't know what the bonus is, that's hidden, but I'm going to just assume it's at the max, but it probably isn't. We can actually see what it's going to be. So now I'm going to get 51.1 or 51-ish percent of my actions are going to give me a skill tick. So I can now cast really low difficulty spells and get skill ticks from it because I got a wound on my neck. Now, what was going to happen if, let's say, my bonus is lower? Let's say it's 60. It increases 50. Increases slightly. Okay, so not by much. Not enough that it's going to make that much of a difference. So it's possible my bonus is actually a little bit lower, but it's hard to say. I'm going to let this tick one more time and probably freeze it at that point. The way I'm freezing it is I'm going to put a healing cover that's a level 6 healing cover on it. Currently, this wound is worsening. When I put the healing cover on it, it's going to stabilize it. That wound will stay there forever until I heal it. I can even go to sleep and wake up tomorrow and it'll still be here with the same wound, and I can just keep skilling up on this. Okay, so let me see the spell list. I'm going to be casting Opulence. Opulence is a 10 favor, 10 difficulty spell. Okay, and you can only cast this on food. So let's get started. I'm going to put this on this food right here. So how do you take the healing cover off later on? I don't take the healing cover off. I'll just heal the wound. So I don't know if you were here just a moment before when I dropped in 50 favor into the altar. You sacrifice over 50 favor, it immediately heals everything. Or you could just use cotton and then make it healing or something. So yeah, or you can have a priest heal it. Okay, so let's put opulence onto a keybind. I'll put it on semicolon, and we'll just cast it. I'm just going to cast it over and over again. Whoa, what just happened? I stopped enchanting. What's happening there? Because that happened with something else too. Right, totally. Exactly. So I'm not wanting to take off the healing cover. I just leave the healing cover on. And the wound won't get better and it won't get worse. Oh, it just ticked again. Okay, so I'm actually, you know what? Let's wait for this cast to finish. I'm going to treat it. Yeah, I'll just keep the wound as it is. It's there permanently. Yes. Yes. That is, I did discuss that earlier. I can't fix it. I don't know how to fix that, honestly. I spent all morning before the stream trying to fix it, and same with the last stream as well. I've been looking for a fix for that. There. So I landed the healing cover, and you see how it says stable? So bruise, severe, treated, stable. The stable means that this wound is not going to get worse and it's not going to get better. It's going to stay the same forever. And that's it. I'm done. This is once I got that wound, once I have it all set up, I spent the time to sort of to sort of get it all prepared. Once I have it all prepared, now I can sit here and cast opulence over and over and over again. And I'm going to get channeling ticks. And those channeling ticks are going to be this size, 0.005, which is the same size as like Circle of Cunning or any other spell that's a 20-second cast timer. Now, whether I get a skill tick or not is going to all depend on the it's all going to depend on the roll that happens. My hope is that I'm getting over 50% of my casts are going to give me a skill tick. In specifically channeling. It will feel like I'm failing sometimes of getting a skill tick, but that's the way it goes. Coin flips sometimes come up heads and sometimes they come up tails. Sometimes you can get 5 tails in a row. But in the long run, the hope is that we're going to get 50% or more of the cast giving me a channeling skill tick. Now, people will say that this is like really beneficial. It doesn't make it. It's not going to make it super fast, right? Like we're not talking that I'm going to get to 99 channeling anytime soon. But what it does do is it makes it so that I'm casting only a 10 favor spell. Okay, so each time I cast, I lose 10 favor. And I can just cast that 10 favor spell over and over and over again. And just keep getting channeling skill gains. Now I am going to have to stop once my favor is run out to sacrifice some ropes in order to get my skill gain back. But what's critical here is that I do not sacrifice more than 49 favor. I can't sacrifice 50 favor or else it'll heal the wound completely. So far, so good. Let's go over to Griffith. What's Griffith doing? I'm going to put him back to mortar making. Let's just make sure. Yeah, if anybody has any knowledge about the flickering problem that I have here, I'm using a Logitech C920. And I am not the only one who has this problem, because when I research it, it seems a lot of people have this problem. Okay, I'm gonna sacrifice this. Hold on, why didn't, where's the bulk bin? Okay, there it is. I see why. And then the altar. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sacrifice 47 favor. And I'm gonna sacrifice 47 favor again. And then just keep casting. This will put a little bit of favor in my oversack, but not very much. So the downside to the way I'm doing this is I have to stop to sacrifice every 10-ish casts or so. And I have to sacrifice, I'm sacrificing twice. So it's 30 seconds every 10 casts or so. Now, what other people do is they have a second priest, an alt priest battery, who links with this priest, and the alt priest just sacrifices. So this priest doesn't have to stop casting. The problem is I don't have a second Venora priest available, and I'm not about to make one for this, because the benefit of making one would be that every 10 casts I don't have to stop for 30 seconds, which is really amounts to only maybe it only amounts to 1.5 casts every 10 casts. So it amounts to about a 15% increase. Like, is it worth it to level up a whole separate account, pay premium for them for 15% increase? Some might say yes, some might say no. I'm on the side of it's probably just not enough of an increase for me to do it. But as you can see, I have already gotten, what was this at? It was at 0.35 or something like that. So I've already gotten 0.04, and I'm just getting skill tick after skill tick here. Okay, let's get some food and water. So water. Gonna be listening for the ding. Food. And I'm just gonna be mortar making, so I'll just use some of this to fill up my bars. There it is. And bring up my clay. And let's go back to this. 4 of these and 40 of these. Yeah, this camera flickering is something that's driving me nuts. I've narrowed it down to being it's like a hardware issue. It's a motherboard power issue, where this camera is either not getting enough power, or it's getting too much power. It's one or the other. At least that's what people are thinking it is. And it has to be to do with this, like a particular configuration of a motherboard thing, with the USB providing some off amount of power to this particular camera. So there's like, some people are saying it could be a driver thing, where like the company, like the Logitech, can come up with a driver update for this particular situation. where the driver will draw either less or more power depending on what the problem is, or I don't know. But it requires like something to do an update of some kind. Okay, so this is a good question. Ultimately, okay, there's a couple questions here. Ultimately, when I do have achieved my goal with the priest, how will it support my playstyle? So my playstyle tends to be one where I'm engaged with the economy. So once I get my priest up to, let's say, 95 channeling or plus, then it will allow me to create high-powered casted items with potentially high quality or low quality, depending on the situation, that can be sold for coin. Or I could be giving it away as gifts or that sort of stuff. So earlier I was casting on horseshoes, and part of those horseshoes are going to go towards my personal set of horseshoes that I need to put on my horses to make riding around go faster. The Vin Priest is really a WOA or COC caster. That's like what I use it for 98% of the time. Every so often I might put a nimbleness on a weapon, but that's rare. But that's sort of like I like the priest game because it's very sought after and valuable. Like being able to say, okay, I'm about to make some mortar. Let's take a piece of clay and put 92 WOA on it. Like it's nice to have that ability. To just pull it out and be able to make that mortar faster, right? Like I'm using this 97 WOA clay to make my mortar making go faster. So even though my skill is pretty low, the timers aren't terrible. Right? Some people complain about mortar being like, oh, this is terrible because it's like 15-second action timers and it's like a fail half the time. It's like, okay, put some time into getting prepared. Get yourself some, a clay that can make it go faster and it just makes things go better. So Perigi, you're saying that Logitech can make bad products with the same component made in Taiwan everyone uses? Bold statement. I mean, this camera has had no problems. I've used it probably 10 years now. And I only started having problems with the new computer that I just got. And my guess is that the motherboard configuration with this, like at least this is what I'm researching. This seems to be an issue that only recently people are saying they're having. And I have a feeling it has something to do with the newer style motherboards. Either providing too much power to this camera and it's just not used to it, or something is, I don't know, something. So I would say that aside from this issue that I'm facing, this camera has been amazing. And I have had no problems with it whatsoever. So casting WA horses and selling is good business? Definitely. So that investment will eventually pay off to others as services rendered. Yes, totally. It already is paid off. Like, honestly, I filled up the merchant with... So Brian was making saddles. I was making horseshoes. I just casted on them all. Decent casts, 70s, 80s. Put them on the merchant. Every single one sold. Except for some... I'm left with a couple sets of 50 quality, 50 WA sort of ones that people don't seem to want to spend money on. So I might lower those prices. But yeah, like horseshoes are in demand. Every horse needs 4 shoes, so that's like people are looking for these things. And they're not easy to make. Horseshoes are one of those items that take longer to improve. Like, I don't know if you know that there's some items that when you're improving them, like, take a lot more time to improve than others. And horseshoes are one of them. And because every horse needs 4 of them, they're just like brutal to improve a set. And so that means that the supply of them is lower because there's less people willing to improve sets of horseshoes. And so there's more demand than supply. especially on the new servers. Concrete. I totally agree, Garaz. Concrete, I cannot stand making concrete. It's particularly the ash. It's the ash that's the problem. Okay, just increase the WA on them. Yeah. Totally. I mean, I almost feel like there's got to be a market out there. There's got to be a market out there for lower casted stuff. It just needs to be priced right. Because, you got to imagine, let's say somebody's trying to put even hell horses on a wagon. So you need 4 of them. That's 16 shoes. Not everybody's going to want to spend 2 silver per shoe for 16 shoes for just a wagon, right? There's got to be a sort of a there's got to be a market for budget shoes. I just got to price them right is all. Try knocking on or bumping your table. It could be a loose wire connection. I know. But how many times I've unplugged and plugged this thing in, and wiggled and jiggled and put it in different USB ports. I tried every single port. I went through the whole device manager for each USB port, just making sure that each one is getting the power and that Windows isn't messing around with the settings automatically. And if I try connecting it to different type of USB from USB 3 to 2 or vice versa, I did try to plug. I plugged it into every single USB port that's on my computer, and nothing seems to change the flickering. Yeah, USB spec is pretty standard for the past 20 years and always backwards compatible. Exactly. I mean, it might be. I'll have to look closer to see if I do have a USB 2 on my thing. USB hub with external power source. Does that exist? It does exist. I'd have to invest in one of those things. And it almost feels like it's overkill for this thing because I just need it for my camera. I'll keep researching it. There are hubs like that, yeah. Oh, the old turn it off and turn it back on routine, yeah. The number of times I've done that already to try to fix it, and yet every single time it comes back on, and it'll be stable for 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden flicker, and I'm like, God, another freaking. And it seems to get worse, as time goes on. Whoops, this guy's not doing anything. Why are you doing anything? I didn't hear the boop. At first I thought it was a loose connection or that the wire was going or something like that. But it doesn't seem like if you wiggle around the wire anywhere, right? Just grab the wire and wiggle it. That doesn't cause any more flickering or any less flickering. There's no. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason for when the flicker happens. Feels very random. Yeah, on both ends of the wire. Yeah, I've done it. I've done both. And again, as I go, I'm researching it on the internet, and it does seem like there's other people with the same issue as I have. Because when you type in webcam flickering or how to fix your webcam flickering, there's lots of different kinds of flickering out there that it could be. This is a very specific kind of flickering, right? It's intermittent every few minutes, and the screen sort of the image garbles for a second in a specific way. Sometimes it's the bottom half. There's a line that goes across, and the bottom half sort of jumps to a different spot and comes back. Right. There's other kinds of flickering that happen due to lights where there's a flickering, but it's constant flickering, right? And that's a more common problem. So when you type in webcam flickering, you'll see fixes for that a lot more option. But you'll find some people have the same exact flickering that I have, and they describe it very accurately. It sounds exactly like what I got. Static split screen. Yeah, like it splits it somewhere in the middle, and like one half jumps to another spot, and then it goes back. Okay, I mentioned a strategy for increased mining. I'm revisiting Wurm. Hey, who wants to die? What's going on? Yes, I did mention. So we can talk about that now. Let me just sacrifice this. Make sure Griffith is doing something, and we can talk about mining. Mining is the skilling up that I use as an example when I'm explaining how to skill up in this game, because with mining there is an output value that you can see in the game that tells you whether or not you're doing good or not. Like there's like a good thing in the game, and I'll explain it. You said it's an old camera. Problem could be with driver if the new computer only has USB 3 ports. My phone acts strangely, then plugged into USB 3, but it's okay on USB 2. It might be. I mean, I updated the driver for the camera when I got the new computer, but one thing I haven't done is look to see if my motherboard has a USB 2. I'll have to look to see if one of them. But I've tried every single USB slot in there. Minus, I didn't try one or a couple of them because they already had something plugged into it. So I'll play around with it more. Okay, so mining. Mining is So I'm going to give a few tips for beginning. So just like you jump in the game, you want to start working on your mining. Your mining's at level 1 or 10, or it's like somewhere low like that. Okay. So when I started on this server, this is before any priests were there, so you couldn't get your hands on any Circle of Cunning. All I did was I took the starter pickaxe and I just mined rock. Like I tunneled, made a tunnel. I just mined out tunnels. Okay, slow going, right? Mining is what it is. It's like one of the slower skills in the game, so you just gotta do the basic mining thing, right? It's a lot of mining. Once you have a tunnel open up and you maybe found your iron vein that you started with, the next thing I did was I mined all of the ceilings as high as I could. I just went from ceiling to ceiling. I just mined. Okay, all of this with as much sleep bonus as you can spare on it. Okay, so just put sleep bonus on. If you can now afford or you have access to Circle of Cunning, I would recommend using approximately a 10 quality pickaxe. Could be 20 quality pickaxe, somewhere in that vicinity. Don't go too high. You want it to be somewhere like 10 or 20 quality, and you're just mining rock. And you do that until your skill is somewhere like 40 or 50. Okay? It's slow going. Mining is one of the slower skills in the game. There's nothing to do about it. You can't really get better. There's small things that you can do, such as eating affinity food that has mining for mining. That'll give you 10% increase. Sleep bonus will double your output, and they combine. So a 10% increase, and then you double that. Now that food gives you 20% increase. Circle of Cunning as well gets doubled when you put on sleep bonus as well. So everything's multiplicative. Sleep bonus multiplies everything. Okay, so get as much stuff as you can to increase tick sizes. But in terms of frequency of ticks, when you're low level, just go on rock with a 10 quality pickaxe. And I'll show you grinder here. Okay, so mining for skill gain. Mining power for skill gain. Okay, that's the one I'm going to use here. Oh, let me just make sure. Okay. And let's say your skill is like 20, let's say, and your pickaxe skill is going to be somewhere in the maybe 21. Maybe it's like a little bit higher. It doesn't really matter. Your pickaxe quality, you want it to be something like 10. And you're going to be doing this on rock. Zinc works just as well, but rock... Well, sorry, I'm just going to refresh the sand here. Oh, and I also heard this. I want to prioritize this. And I'm going to have to do some sacrificing as well. Okay, let's get that going. Let's put the sacrificing in there. Oh, failed. Okay, so let's hit that and let's see what it gives you. Okay, so with this stats here, you're getting above 50. Okay, now you can tell based on the distribution that the between the 0 to 40, it's mostly low, right? So you could probably do with increasing your pickaxe to 20 or something like that at this skill. Okay, and that'll put the distribution sort of centered around the 1 through 40 segment. Sorry, I'm just gonna sacrifice that, get Griffith going, and I'm gonna line up another 9 ropes. Just give me 1 second there, put that in there, sacrifice, and queue up the skilling. Okay. So yeah, 10 to 20 is probably the sweet spot for this area. Like if your skill goes up to 30 by the time, like then you might want to lower your pickaxe to 15. It really doesn't make too much of a difference. As long as this number is above 50, you're doing good, sort of thing. Okay. So throughout that time where you're like a lowish skill, then rock is where you want to be, and you're probably in that mode where you're searching for iron veins, you're opening up your mine on your deed, you're just building tunnels. What you don't want to be doing at this time is standing on an iron vein just mining away. While that will give you some skill, it'll be there's 2 problems with it at that point, and the first one is, so iron is a little bit more difficult, not by much that it's going to make much of a difference, but because your skill's low, the iron that you're getting is low. Okay, so maybe 30, like you're going to need some iron, don't get me wrong. You'll get some iron, you'll use that for your tools, but don't sit there for thousands of actions on iron because you're wasting your vein when you can get all that iron later when your skill's above 50. Now you're getting 50 quality iron. It's better to get 1,050 quality iron than thousands of 20 quality iron. Okay, so you said it's an old. Okay, yeah, the blue ones are USB 3. I did know that. Yeah. Forecasting Wurm with spreadsheets. Once more into the fray, my friends. The quill is mightier than the sword. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. Learning about the details and all the like preparation work again. That's like so important for skilling up. If your focus, if your goal is to like optimize the time spent skilling. Okay, once you have the whole setup perfect, then the skilling part just goes like it goes. Already, look, I'm at 0.53, and we just did this wound thing and it started at 0.35 or something like that. So I'm almost at 0.2 channeling there. Okay, so you can take rock all the way to 50. But once you get to about 40, you can switch over to iron. Okay, so let's say you get to 40. Okay. Now, iron's not that much more difficult, but what the benefit of iron is that you can sit in front of the vein and not move. Put a smelter or forge next to you, have that going. You mine the iron, put it into the forge, drag it into a BSB once it's and you could maybe even have 2 BSBs, one for like a high quality, anything that comes out at the max quality, and anything that's like lower. You just sort your iron that way into BSBs. Once you're again, use this so your pickaxe skill is going to be above your mining skill. It always seems to stay a couple points above your mining skill. Use this tool to sort of like monitor where the sweet spot is, you'll see a 15 quality pickaxe in this situation is slightly above where it needs to be, right? You can tell because if you highlight this from 0 to 40, the peak is slightly to the right. So what you want to do is lower your pickaxe until the peak is somewhere in the middle of the 0 to 40. Okay, slightly above is not so bad, because as you are mining away, the quality is going to go down, right, over time. So it's fine if it's like slightly above. Try not to make it slightly below, because again, your pickaxe is going to damage and it's going to push things. Although not terribly, because even once you get to 1, it's not still in the 53%, right? I just had the experience using a 1 quality pickaxe. I wasn't paying attention. I was just mining thousands of actions, so I forgot to repair, and the pickaxe went poof. It had 92 or something like that, circle of cunning on it. So that was not good. But if it's at 10 quality, it doesn't damage as much. So I like keeping it in that range, 10. You'll hear people tell you like only use a 1 quality pickaxe, only use a 1 quality rake, etc. They'll tell you this, but it doesn't have to be, because all you need to do is adjust other things. So if let's say, so now my mining is at 80 or no 90, it's at 90, right, and my pickaxe skill's at 92 or something or whatever it is, and I'm using a 1 quality pickaxe on iron, that's not going to help. That's not going to be good. So I just don't use iron. I go over to silver, for example, and now I'm back to good. And let's say I want to use a 10 quality pickaxe. Well, that's actually not so bad for 12 quality pickaxe. Sorry, I'm just going to go to this again. Get these guys going. Yeah, and I'll mess around with the quality of the pickaxe. You'll see it's even, the peak is slightly on the low end, so I might even go to a 15 quality pickaxe, on silver, or I'll find a sandstone vein, and then I'll increase my pickaxe to 20. Well, let's see, I probably need 30 even, right? And that gives me the 52. Okay, so I go find a sandstone vein, I increase my pickaxe quality to 30, boom, I'm back into the sweet spot of getting the most gains. Everything in this game is going to take time. It takes obscene amount of time. So my advice to the person who's struggling with how slow things are is to take things really slow. Like, you're going to go slow no matter what. You just have to be consistent about grinding on a regular basis. Okay, if you want to see these numbers go into the 90s, it's like a little bit each day over long periods of time adds up. I'll set a goal usually to be like so and so amount of skill per day or per session or whatever I can do, but like I'll try to keep it numbers. So like, let's suppose I say to myself, you know what, I'll get 0.5 today in channeling, and I'll get 0.5 again tomorrow, and I'll get 0.5 again the next day. And I'll just try my best to keep up with that, because 0.5 seems like not impossible, seems doable. I mean, I'm chatting with you guys here, and we stopped for quite a while for some things, but like, since we did the wound thing, right? Since we did the wound thing, I've gotten 0.2. I mean, totally, Kementari. Just play the game, enjoy it, let the skill come by itself. That totally is a game style that a lot of people live by. And then the skills that you like doing, like the things that you like doing in the game, that causes the skills to go up naturally. Totally. But there's like a caveat to that. Like, I would say that at the same time, you shouldn't be oblivious to the way that the skill goes up, because there might be something that you just adjust. Like, instead of using a 50 quality tool, use a 30 quality tool and do the same thing you would do otherwise. and you're going to get a larger skill gain return from that. Like if still do the things that you like doing, but if you know the optimal way of skilling, it really does pay off in the long run. Yeah. But yeah, that's another way. Like if for some reason I have the personality where I can grind for good amounts of time because that's what I like doing. Other people don't have that. Other people will say they don't like grinding. They just can't stand it. They just want to do what they like doing. They like building and crafting and keeping their animals and doing the farming and cooking and whatever it is that you like doing. And whatever it is that you like Joe here was saying that he likes mining, right? Like loves mining. Okay, well, all you have to do then is pick that thing. You research like how does the skilling work there? What kind of tools should I use for the skill that I have? And then just go do that thing. I'll watch Trade Channel and I'll see somebody like want to buy high quality pickaxe with Circle of Cunning on it. And like I just shake my head at that. Like the Circle of Cunning is going to do nothing on a high quality pickaxe, right? Or like people who insist they want Blessing of the Dark. Like I'm going to have a high quality pickaxe. I have to have Blessing of the Dark on there. It's not good enough just to have Wind of Ages. But the reality is that with a high quality pickaxe, you're not getting any skill. And whatever skill you get is so minute that it's not going to move the needle at all. Like the skill might be 0.000001, and somebody's like, well, that's at least it's not 0. Okay, but 0.0001 skill is not going to move the needle. You do that, you get 1,000 of those, and you're still not moving the needle. Okay, so it doesn't matter if you have COC on a high quality tool. So a lot of times, like for example, let's see, on Xander, I have his, well, this is a bad example because I do have Circle Cunning on his rake, even though there's no reason to have that Circle Cunning there. Let me see. Yeah, I actually put Circle Cunning on that. That's weird. But I put 45 Circle Cunning on this. I'm not sure why, but it honestly is doing nothing. It's doing nothing for increasing skill gain. Circle of Cunning doesn't affect stats, body stats, characteristics. Circle of Cunning does nothing for those. So, okay, let's see. Unfortunately, there's a very vocal community that enjoys the grind, and new people feel forced to grind to keep up. But yeah, that is true. While I sit in my mind grinding, mining, other people are out there finding dragons. That's true. I also I don't like the gameplay style of finding dragons. It's just not what I enjoy. I let the dragon hunters do their dragon hunting. That's fine. They make way more money than I do. It's just I do what I enjoy. You still don't care about it. I'm a bad wormer. It honestly makes me fall asleep. Yeah, a lot of people don't worry about skill or that sort of stuff. I just enjoy this. This is where I get the most enjoyment out of this game. Whoops, I don't need 63 of those. I only need 9. You don't even have enchants on your tools. I mean, I guess it depends on what you're doing, right? Because if you are like our place here, we didn't really build it that much. We put some modest buildings. We still have unfinished buildings over here. I'm not a builder really, but we're about to participate in a massive build that needs a lot of surface mining and a lot of building. and it would take far too long if our skills were low. Getting our skills up to a decent level before starting to build a massive project goes a long way to make that project actually doable. Yeah. Oh, okay. Kementar, you're indigo. I see. Awesome. So let's see. JRL, you're saying, oh, to Pergy, many multitask with multiple characters just the way they fall. Yep, that's true. I mean, that's another way of making things go faster. You just get lots of characters on it. The only time I've done any form of grinding in Wurm was when I wanted to make a meditation rug, so I had to grind a little tailoring. It was less than an hour, though. Apart from that, I'd never worried about skill levels. I just play the game. Yep, that's totally a lot of people play that way. And that's a perfectly good way of playing this game. I'm going to keep these healing covers available just for the next time I might need to. Where's the bag? Let's close that up. I'm going to move that over here to keep it organized. And the clay can go in my tools. The staff can go equipped. Let's get that going. And this potion, I have a spot for potions, I think, somewhere in here. Oh, here. I wonder if some more potions will fit in here. Yeah. Okay, let's put them in here. Okay, good. You love getting out and exploring. You also love decorating your deed. Lots of people love the decoration in this game. Like, there's so many things you can do to decorate, and they have done. Oops, did not mean to close that. They've done a lot relatively recently to make decorating much nicer in this game. And by relatively recently, I mean over the past maybe 6 years. They added the place item. Whoa. Okay. Hello, wolf. So you can rotate and place items on top of items and stuff like this. And they added, lots of new things like this pottery spring flowers, like these, and the chessboards, and lots of little things that you can decorate with. They made sure everything has a model, because there was a long time where a lot of things we would drop and it would just be a little sack with a question mark on it. Yeah. So decorating's got, yeah, we need, totally won't argue there. We definitely need more. But it's just enough to know that this game's come a long way in that regard. A long way. When I first started, it was really bad in terms of the stuff you can decorate with. You had to be really creative. Yeah. But it's like when they made it so you can put stuff on top of other things, like, boom, all of a sudden, just everything opened up. Like, if you can just imagine before, if you dropped something, it always ended up on the floor along with the other thing, which is also on the floor, and everything was just on the floor. And that's the way it was. If you want to rotate something, it's like you're rotating it in 45-degree increments. You can't just, I guess actually it's the same now, 45-degree increments? Or can you actually like rotate? I don't even know. Let's see. Drop place. Yeah, 4. So it's 22.5-degree increments. Maybe it was always 22.5-degree increments. I forget. Okay, let me just make sure. Whoops. Let me make sure Xander is going. He needs to sacrifice. Put the sand away. 4 sand. 40 clay. sand in there. And let's get the sacrifice ready. We need to be able to sit in beach chairs. Yes, like the lounge ones, right? Like the yeah, totally. It's almost like lying down. You still have so much respect for decorators in UO. There were some absolute artists and so inventive. Yes. Yeah, lay in them exactly. That would be nice. I mean, just adding sitting was a big thing. I mean, if you can imagine, before they added sitting, you were standing on everything. You were standing in boats, you were standing in carts, you were standing on the wagon, you were standing on horses, you were standing everywhere you were standing. So when they added sitting, that was like huge. And it's like not that long ago that there was a long time where people were playing this game and it was just horrendous in terms of what you could do. Yeah, standing on horses. Although they changed the standing on horses earlier, right? Like when they added the new character models in probably that was 2013, I want to say. Like right at the beginning of 2013, they changed all the character models to what they look like now. And at that point, they made it so you can sit on your horse. I remember, were you sitting in wagons or carts at that point too? When they put in the hand mirrors, yeah. Can't remember if you were sitting on horses. Sorry, sitting on carts. When did they add sitting on carts? Was that with sitting when you can sit on chairs and stuff like that? I mean, they need another thing that I feel like needs to happen is they need to widen the range of emotes that we have. Like we have a wave, we have a couple others that do something, right? But there's very few. So dancing doesn't do anything, sitting doesn't do any like I can't sit on the ground like cross-legged. I can if I go like meditate. If I meditate, then you go down, right? But why isn't there a emote? Let me see. Like, why isn't there an emote to just sit on the ground or something? They already have that. Yeah, they don't have like a. I do feel like pointing does something. Let's see. Point. Yeah, pointing. I'm actually pointing. Do you need anything more than spit and fart? Yeah. Yeah, we need a thank emote. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, they don't have a thing. I'm not even hearing the emotes. Why aren't I hearing the emotes? Is it like only coming in one ear? Like that's weird. Am I missing? Is there like an option in the sounds maybe? Like emote? Maybe that's checked. Enables the playback of emotes. That's checked, but why can't I hear it? Like, hello, how are you? Where is it? I don't know. I don't know. I'm missing the emote sounds right now for some reason. Yeah, more emotes. I mean, what MMO doesn't have a dance emote? Like, I feel like that's one of the first things they put in. Oh, already at the auctioning. Rare butchering knife. That would be nice. That is one thing that I would like to have a rare of, is a butchering knife. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's weird though that I don't have the sounds. I mean, the sounds in the game are on. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I have sounds in the game. I'm I am not sure what's going on there. Is it like maybe a person thing? Let's see if I can see Xander through here. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Okay. So it's because I was doing it to the floor that it doesn't do the sound? Too far away to spit. Okay. That's weird. I can't fart on my own. I need somebody else to fart towards. Maybe I can do it to myself. Yep. Okay, so let's see. Chuckle? There's a. And what's so funny is I can hear Brian in all of these.
Well done.
For those of you who don't know, this is all Brian.
Mwah.
Even that one. All of them are all. I can't fart on my own. Exactly. But it does seem like I can do it on my own. I just can't do it to the ground or something. I can't. It has to be to a person or towards a person. And another thing they need. Another thing they need is a way to do the emotes without having to go through these menus. Right? Like maybe one way of doing it is just making emotes, making it so you can keybind emotes. So you can keybind them. Or using slash commands. Slash commands is a common thing that they do. Yeah. You can. I let's just keybind this one. Can I keybind it? Well, you can't keybind it in this way, where you hold the keybind while hovering over it. I don't think you can do that. But there might be a way. Okay, but couldn't you make it so that there's like a 1 second or 2 second delay between keybinds? What? I can't wave to myself? Oh gosh. No. What is the problem?
Hello, how are you?
Right? You see
Hello,
how.
how are you?
Let's see how fast I can do this. You can't spam them already. See, it's
Hello, how are you?
preventing me from doing it over and over again.
Hello, how are you?
But it seems like every other one it's going, right? So, yeah, all they would need to do is make it so you can only hit the keybind every few seconds in it for it to work. It seems already they have a delay. Yeah, I know. It is a pretty bad reason. There seems to be a delay where I can't
Hello, how are you?
wave and then wave again. It comes up that I waved at him twice, but it only said it once. I can't spam it already. So yeah, I think they should just make it keybindable. If somebody wants to be annoying, there's a whole lot of ways that people can be annoying already. Yeah, one would think a delay would solve the issue. Yeah, I agree that using emotes is a pain. Yeah. Yeah, I just had a cooldown. It seems like oh, don't need that many. It just seems like the devs will give a reason, but sometimes those reasons don't seem just seems like a lazy reason. Because yeah, there's ways around it. And what was the other thing? The other thing was I feel like the emote should go into the local tab, like the text should go into the local tab. It's another small, quick thing that they could do, I think, to make emotes more pleasant to use. Because as it is, you go like if there's like a group, let's say you go to Impelong and you go to try to like wave to somebody. Well, what are the chances that the person you're waving to notices that you were the one waving to them? It's impossible to tell because it's going to end up in this event window, and if there's lots of people, the event window's flying. And there's no way that anybody's going to be reading the event window. But the local window, that's where everybody's talking, right? Like everybody's reading the text in the local window because you want to know what everybody's saying in local. And they put it there, everybody will see so and so wave to so and so. Emotes is a form of communication. So yeah, I think there's a few things they can do, and I can't imagine that it would be that hard to implement those sorts of things. And a big part of this game is a social part. A lot of people play this game for the social aspect. And a lot of people also cite the social part as being one thing the devs could do to increase retention in this game. You would love the ability to filter event window by your own actions and be able to pick and choose what you want to see. That would be cool. That would be really cool. Or maybe there's like another window that is like you have the event window that shows everything, but then you can like have another window that in addition to having the event window, you have another one that's more custom or something like that. Yeah, totally. Like if you're standing near somebody, you don't care if they start improving a knife, fail to improve a knife. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to see all of their actions, especially when you're trying to concentrate on your actions. You know, like often I have that problem with Xander. I'm casting on something, and Griff is over here like making something or imping something, and it's like I wanted to see did I succeed in that cast? And I'm like scrolling up through all the stuff trying to figure out was that last cast into success or was it, you know, yeah, being able to filter that would be really good. But adding things that like encourage, group play, I think is something that this game needs. I would venture to say that for a lot of people, like if you take all the people who have been playing this game for more than 5 years and they keep coming back to this game, citing it as one of their favorite games, if you then change this game so that it's just a solo game, that those same people would not play it anymore. I know I wouldn't play this game if all of a sudden it switched to it's just me now in the world, all alone. Right? Which kind of feels like there's something about the fact that there's people out there also in the same world doing similar things as I'm doing. We're all doing this together, and that if somebody else affects the world, then I get to see the effect that that person has on the world, and so on. I can travel around and see other people's deeds and stuff. There's something about that makes it key. It's a key element of this game and the longevity of this game. And there must be a part of that, as like we were talking last stream about people who play up to a certain point and then after that point they stop playing. I wonder how much of that is, I mean, I'm sure there's some people who stop playing regardless, even though they are, but how much of it is due to lack of connection to the community? Like if that same person who was leaving had a connection to the community, made a connection with somebody or some group of people and started interacting with that group of people and seeing that the goals of a group sort of come together, I wonder how many people would stay. Maybe you can get a certain buff that increased speed or skill gain being in a group, but then that would make people that don't like to play with others feel like they have to play with that. Yeah, totally. Yeah, that is definitely a problem. Like you can't add something that makes it a beneficial skill wise to being in a group, because then you get that thing where people feel like they have to be part of a group. Or you get a thing where somebody buys 10 alts just so that they can get the skill gain, which they'll feel like they have to. It's like a pay to win sort of situation. It's definitely a fine line. You have to be creative here as a dev to come up with a solution that encourages group play but doesn't make it so that you kind of feel like you have to. Oh, I'll do one more of these. I mean, one idea that I know Brian and I had a long while ago. This was before they put in rifts. So we were trying to think of things like a rift-like kind of encounter, but wormified. And the idea that we had was you can initiate something like a rift-like encounter, maybe something like the mini rifts or whatever you want to call it, like where a whole bunch of mobs spawn and there's like rewards for it. And maybe a big boss or something like that. But it would be something where you had to build it. You had to build something that would do the summoning. But the building of that thing was like immense. And then the actual event required people, several people. Didn't have to be like too many people, like 5, 10, something like this people would be involved. Or maybe you can customize it through what you build. So you can build a small one that's designed for 5 to 10. You can build a medium one that's designed for 10 to 20, whatever. And then also, depending on where you build it or depending on what you're building, can summon different encounters that offer different experiences or different rewards. But what this does is it makes it so like a group can plan ahead of time to work together to construct something, it would require multiple skills. So you got, the blacksmith is making this thing for it, and the mason is making that thing for it, and so on and so forth. And everybody's working together to like build components of this thing, and then you all get together and you build the thing that activates the event. And because you can control it, you get to time when it is. So you schedule it with the group. You're like, okay, what's a good time for everybody? Schedule it on this date at this time. We'll all meet here, and we'll bring all the components and we'll put it all together and activate it and participate in this event. I don't know. I like this idea. It'll give people a reason to work together on something. So you like the idea you're talking about in Zool? Hey, Josh, welcome back. I'm missing a bunch of stuff, but I'll go back up. You like the idea you're talking about in Zool Stream? Have some objects drop off certain mobs that can summon a unique. That's cool. That's a cool idea. But I think like with this building thing, like it sort of wormifies it because Wurm is all about this like building stuff, crafting, and creating, and if it's just dropping off of mobs and then you just activate it and you get a unique out of it, I feel like that's a little like like it would have to be really rare, and it would be luck of the draw, random number generator. It would be like, and Worm does this all the time, where it's like you're digging and 1 in 80,000 chance you get a rare bone sort of thing. It's like seems very random. And Drogos, you're saying, well, for fighting, a group buff could be fair because there would be less mobs also. Okay. Yeah, like if you're fighting in a group. And yes, you do have to think of the hermits. You have to think about the people who like to play on their own. I mean, they already added, like, making a bridge, for example, is something that you need two people to do. And I remember when they added that in, there was a lot of people who did not like it. They did not like that they had to have two players make a bridge. It's like, what am I going to do if I want to play on my own? It's like, well, I guess so. Everybody's getting around that by just making alts, I guess. But in Worm Unlimited, they changed it so that you don't need two people to build a bridge. You can plant the range pole in one spot and go to the other spot and build the bridge, because obviously in Worm Unlimited you could be playing solo on a solo server. But they never added that in Worm Online. And I feel it's because they want to encourage group play, at least to some degree. Anyway, where are we at? 0.759. That's a good amount of skill gain. I just haven't looked at that in a little bit. Last time I saw it, it was at 0.55 or something like that. That level group play is already more beneficial than solo. That's why people make villages. It is true. Only time I used another player to make a bridge was when my skill wasn't high enough to make a very long bridge. Yep. I mean, I must say, like, Brian and I will just make a bridge together, or I'll just use an alt to make a bridge. So, like, I'm not really one to talk. A lot of my play is solo play, I'd say. Let's do another round here. Oh, that's sand. I can only carry 4 of those and 40 of these. Just some more. You love to play solo. You use an alt too. I love to play solo with other people that also play solo. But that's not playing solo anymore, Drogos. If you're playing with other people that play solo. But yeah, I know what you mean. I totally know what you mean. Like there's times where like when I'm playing on a deed with Brian, there's some things I just can't stand about that situation. He like has so many decisions. He makes so many decisions that I would never make in a million years. I'm like, no, no, let's not do it that way. Yeah, yeah, let's do it that way. I'm like, no. And then it's done. Like he's like the type of player who just gung ho and goes and does it. He doesn't think about it. He's just like, this is the way I'm gonna do it. And he just does it. And before you blink an eye, it's done. And you're like, well, we could have done it this other way, and it would have solved this issue. And he's like, ah, that's not an issue. It's like, like I'm the type of player who sees one slope that's just slightly off, and you can't lower it because the rock's there, and so I'll dig up the whole place just to surface my one down and then put it all back. Because if that one slope is off, every time I pass it, I'll see it, and like I'll notice it. And I'll be like, God, that one slope is just driving me crazy. Whereas Brian's solution to that is like, let's just raise everything, and everything will be flat. I'm like, well, but then it's not the level that you wanted to be at. He's like, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. He doesn't care. Yeah, Drogos, I remember hearing on one of your streams you guys are talking about that. You split your deed and you have your side and Tuxie has her side. We emote each other when we pass. Yeah, no, I can read that. Yeah. I'm a solo player. My OCD doesn't let me play well with others. Yeah. I mean, I don't have OCD, but I guess it's not diagnosed or anything. But there are times where, like, I look at things that just drive me nuts. Although this deed is it's kind of weird. Like my other deed on the where I mostly made it myself. Everything had to be just so. This deed I've sort of like let go. I don't even worry about this deed. It's it's a really small deed. I would call it a small deed. Let's see, what's the size of it? What's the size of this deed? Settlement info. It's 20 by 27, which I would classify as a fairly small deed. And so there's not really much to do about certain things. It's very slanted, like sloped. The whole deed is like on the side of a hill. And so there's really not that much space to do much with it, you know? Right, so we have that hill way up here that's taking up a quarter, like a whole bunch of tiles are on that hill. And I'm not meticulous. Like you can see, it's like a big mess. And I'm a pretty messy player when it comes to Wurm. My whole place is just a big, complete mess. My forge is just bustling with stuff, and all the shelves are just random. So I don't have OCD, like in that sense. But if there was like a ramp and the ramp was not level, like one side was like sloped rather than relative to the other, then that stuff just drives me crazy. have to pull out the shovel right there. One more of these. Whoops. Oh. So that and go. Let's take a peek at trade chat. Let's see what's going on in here. Want to sell draft horses and speed horses. I'm curious to know about draft horses because, like, are draft horses worthwhile now? Or is it more worthwhile? Like, for example, what I would hate to happen is, let's say, I get draft horses, I put them on here, like the top draft horses, I put them onto the cart, and it turns out that wild hell horses are better than draft horses. Like, wouldn't that be? Because anybody tested, let's say, just 3 draft traded horses on a cart? Yeah, like I'm curious to know about this balance here that they're striking because I mean it's kind of important for breeders to know this stuff a little bit, at least a little bit. Like, is it worthwhile to go with draft horses, or is it more beneficial to, let's say, focus on trying to go for draft mules? Let's say, like, how will draft mules stack up against draft horses? Or are hell horses the way to go for everything now? Like, still, because that's the way it was before. Hell horses were the way to go. You know, the day the server opened, we grabbed a couple hell horses, wild ones, and our cart was going 22, which is faster than our supreme cart with 5-speed horses, fully geared, 90 plus rare everything. That was going 22. Wild horses as a new player, that's going 22. Like, weird. That's just weird. Now what I did, I grabbed these are 2 wild hell horses. I grabbed from the step over there. It's going 16. So I put horseshoes on them. I got it up to 22 again. Okay, so before I had, like, Cats was making 5-speed hell horses before the update. And I got a couple of them, put them on this. I've geared them up, put not terribly great gear, but like 70, 70 WA, 70 quality gear. And the cart was going over 30. Over 30. And I'm like, I don't need anything other than this. This is what I need. Like, just 30 is great. But now, well, the problem was the animal husbandry update came and those horses aged and they unhitched, so I couldn't test them after the update happened. But I definitely know that I feel like the wild ones got nerfed big time by about 6 or 7 kilometers per hour. So your horses have 2 draft traits and lightning movement and feel slow as hell. That's horrible. A friend did a bit of testing and said mules are faster than horses. I think it all comes to play once you start loading a lot in your wagon. Exactly, I heard that as well. Still not managed to breed any draft horses, just getting speed or combat. Yeah. And I wonder if it's even worthwhile. Like, are combat horses even worthwhile, even for PvP? Is that a thing? You need the draft traits to stop it slowing down once it's overweight. Yeah. There should be something where a full draft horse or draft animal should be able to carry a wagon or cart that's fully filled to the brim of as much as it can carry, and it should just go the same speed. Like, there should be no slowing of it down. And then the problem is that you can't, like, it's really hard to add something in the game that is an obvious nerf to what it was before. People just get upset at that, and it's just you think back to like how it was before. Like I could make this cart go 30 before, and now I can't make it go 30 no matter what I do. Where's Katz? She's a horse breeder. Share some knowledge. I feel like all the horse breeders don't quite have all the knowledge yet. I mean, there's a lot of discussion going on in the forums trying to figure it out. Hey, Wolfmare, still not managed to breed any draft. Oh yeah, that was you. Yeah, so right, like a lot of people are in that boat where they're trying to get draft this, that, or the other, and they just can't quite get it. So we haven't quite tested it yet. The mules aren't the most attractive critters. Oh, that's fine. Although I know some people like the way things look. I'm more of a functional person. The whole thing's really mess. The fact that it's easy on its gear is a draft trait. Blows my mind. That is a little bit weird. They definitely could have thought through some of the traits a little bit better. I would have loved to see the trait that makes you go up steeper slopes be something that they put on everything. That should have been a miscellaneous trait. And not a rare one either. That one should have been a common, and it should have been a miscellaneous. And it would have been one of those ones where you're trying to get a speed traits plus the one that allows you to go up steeper slopes. There should have been another miscellaneous trait that makes you go like faster up slopes or something. Faster up slopes would have been a great trait. I've had the same horse team for 6 years, so I guess I'll just go slower. Yeah. Yeah. That's another problem, right? Like, they should never have lowered the speed of anything. Hold on 1 second. Got a phone call I gotta take. You'd put Crocs on the cart if it went faster. Yeah, you have to start getting all worked up again. Yeah. Oh, there have been so many updates that I got so worked up on that I've just given up getting worked up on them because it is what it is. It's the way. It's the way of this game. You just gotta roll with it. All right. I do have to wrap up here. It is getting late. I am approaching 6 hours streaming. That's crazy. So you think make the slope trait a draft trait, make the easy on the gear a speed trait, and get rid of the water trait. Totally get rid of the water trait. Who wants that trait? Honestly, nobody wants that trait. Worm time for you. Where did 6 hours go? I know. It's like 6 hours. Yeah, that water trait's not even worth it. Like, when are you ever going to be like, I need to ride through the water now? And so therefore I'll grab my water horse. It's for the rice farmers. Yeah, I know. It's so rare that you're riding through water. Okay, let's pray. I haven't been keeping up with my prayers. See, I only did 2 today, looks like. Right. Right. It might not even kick in. And then there's the rare speed trait. Does anybody know, has anybody gotten that yet to know whether or not, like, what it does? Like, does it make it so all the other speed traits are always active, or is it like itself its own speed trait that it is always active? Which one of those two it is? And the only time you run your horse in shallow water is when you're loading it in a cage. Yeah, not that you know of. Yeah. So I'm curious to know. I know it says like hell horses, but what that means is then it just makes the other traits always active, which would be fine if that's what it is. Like, it's not something that's going to make it faster than. So let's say you have the three traits, not the water one. Okay, forget the water one. You have the three traits. Okay, and when all of the traits are active, it goes a certain speed. Now you get another horse with the same three traits, but with that fourth trait. Now all the traits are active, and is it still going the same speed as the one that didn't have? Or does it go faster than the one that didn't have? That's what I want to know. Like, does that rare trait, yeah, 3 speeds as fast as you can go, as you believe? Okay. So now 3 speed horses are like, that's what you want. That's like the best. Like that fourth trait, give it or take it or leave it, but barely going to affect anything. It's like the 3 traded horse seems to be like what 3 speeds is naked, yeah. Without any, yeah. Whatever. It is what it is. Doesn't feel like it was well thought out. I feel like there's lots of things left that could have been done. Missed opportunities all over the place. Right? What I care about mostly is average speed over a trip. Like if I'm going from here to there, I want to make it like I'm working in this game to progress my animals or maybe buying animals that are such a way that make it so that my time to get from here to there is faster. Top speed is an obvious one. Make the top have traits that increase top speed. That's already in the game. That's the way to go. But there's also like bottom speed, right? Ways to increase bottom speed that could be implemented. And they didn't touch any of that. Particularly going up slopes would be one that they could have easily touched. Increasing the slope in which it can ride. And they did add a trait that increases the slope on which you can ride. It's just a draft trait, which seems like a missed opportunity there. So as soon as you start getting some weight, you slow down because we don't have weight tracks on traits on mounts anymore. Yeah, right. So like now it's almost like you need those 3 traits, those 3 speed traits, plus some of those draft traits that increase the weight that it can carry. So what? The best horse is still the best riding horse is still the old 5-speed one. It seems like possibly with that rare trait that makes them like hell horses. You don't even know if they work the same anymore. Yeah, I don't even know either. I don't know. Anyway, it is getting late. I do have to get going. I am going to put my characters away. Probably leave Xander on just so that I can walk by the computer and pray on him, but I gotta log off here on Griff. And what's really nice is that this wound 54.09 is nice and stable and will be here indefinitely until I choose to take it off. And I'm going to push my channeling now. I'll do a little bit each day. I'll push it into the 80s over time. Right, it looks like another one of the equal day as today, and I'll get to 80. And if I try to like aim for 0.5 or 0.4 every day uh, over the course of, let's say, a month, what is that? 0.5 over a month would be 15 points. No, it's going to be impossible to keep up 0.5 a day. Once you move into the 90s, getting 0.5 is going to be really long session. But let's say my goal then would be in 1 month time, I want 90 channeling. That's my goal, and we'll see how that goes. Because once I get to 90, I'll feel like I'm there. Like I'll feel like I'm at that point where this guy can cast. So I'm wondering, do I keep the wound until I get to 90? What do you guys say? Okay, what that means is there's no casting because you can't cast with any reliability with 20 channeling. It's effectively 20 channeling. Yeah, I'll see how long I can keep this wound. This wound is also going to be great for farming skill, right? Because it's like I'll only be able to farm one action, and it does that thing where it makes the action so much longer. So I'll get nice farm skill. I did say I wanted more yield, but let's see. How's my Wemp stocks now? Do I still have 5,000? Oh yeah, I still have over 5,000 Wemp sitting here. So I feel like if I work on my farming skill, yeah, work on my farming skill, work on my channeling here, that might give me some opportunity to work on my rope making with Griff. Maybe I'll do an imping session. Boy, lots of stuff to think about. And that's why I love this game. Do draft trains actually work on mounts or just cart wagon weight? Right. That's true. Like, do the draft traits only work when the animal's hitched to the cart? That's possible, and that would be unfortunate. Because using an old 5-speed, he definitely cannot carry as much as he used to. That's so bad. What is going on with this update? Boy, needs a lot of work. They are working on it, from what I understand. I wonder to what degree, because unfortunately they don't communicate, right? So you don't know what they're thinking or what they're doing or what, a lot of the community has lots of ideas. I've read a lot of the ideas in the threads. I'm sure that they're reading through them and trying to see what they can do. We are all waiting with bated breath on what the update will be. But I am pretty certain that there will be an update to the animal husbandry that will change things. No summer vacation at the moment. I am on summer vacation. It is summer vacation for me. I do have a lot more time to play. I will be streaming like randomly. It won't be a set schedule. Is today Sunday? Today's Sunday, right? Yeah. No, today's Saturday. Right, today's Saturday. But there's going to be no set schedule. Oh, for the Wurm team. Oh, right. Good question. Last year they didn't take summer vacation, right? Because the Steam launch happened right in the middle of summer, and it was just like craziness for them during that time. I'm pretty sure they didn't take summer vacation last year. But it might be that they are going to take it this year. It's hard to say. Things have been different since Game Chess Group took over. So it might have something to do with that, but I don't know. I honestly don't know what their plan is. I do know they're currently working on a fix for the update, or for the animal husbandry update. The problem is they're not explaining what that fix is, what they're looking at trying to change, or they're not saying anything. We haven't had a Valray Entertainment net. What is it called? The Valray, news post. We haven't had any news since April, I want to say. When was the last Valray International. That's what I'm trying to say. Valorant International. Let's see. When was the last one? It was in City Hall. April 17th was the last time that we got any news. Yeah, Valorant International. International. It's a sign you stream too long when you forget what day it is. No, it's the problem is that it's summer for me, so like I'm a teacher, so we're on summer vacation right now, and once the vacation started, I completely every day's a weekend, which is really nice. You know, a few longtime players that have quit over the update. Well, quit for now. They always come back at the end. That's true. You can't get upset about this sort of stuff. It can drive you crazy. But winter's cold and dark. Winter's cold and dark. Summer's short and nice. Hope they manage to get some time off during the summer. It is true. They do need some time off. That's for sure. They need to take it easy. Whoops. There's a bunch of stuff going on about other games. You know, where the dev teams are. I don't know if you've been following World of Warcraft lately, but things are looking pretty crazy over there. Um, and then it's a lot of devs are talking about how it's really horrible when the community's not on your side, and when you have like the business people on top who are not on your side, and it's like the devs are not inspired at that point. And what I'd hate to happen is for the community to turn on the devs to the point where the devs aren't inspired to make the game as great as it can be. Hopefully, they understand that the community is only trying to express how much they love this game and how much they want this game to be better. I am a math and physics teacher in high school. I'm a high school math physics teacher. Yeah. Hope more see this. Yeah, well, any devs listening, I'm fine with the patches, no problem. Yep. Well, the problem is that the devs don't get to hear the people who are saying I'm fine with I'm happy with things. They only hear what's happening right over here on this thread, right? Wait, where is it? No, it's not there. It's right in here. This is what they're looking at, this thread. And let's just take a random page and let's look to see. Like just a lot of negativity, you know? Um, it's a tragic mess of an AH update. Yeah. Oh, your dad was a high school physics teacher here in Indiana. Cool. Yeah, well, I hope the devs keep positive, and I hope the devs are working to make this game as great as it can be, and we will see what happens next. But until then, I'm going to sign off. You guys have a great rest of your day, and until next time, you guys keep on worming. I wonder if I should. I'm going to just peek to see who is streaming. I haven't been passing the torch lately, but it might be a good time to look to see. Oh, Opie's streaming. Wurm. I see Zulatech there. Oh, Gaffer's streaming too. Let's give OP some love though. It's been a while since he's been back in Wurm, so let's raid OP. So until next time, you guys have a great rest of your day. Keep on worming, and yeah, I'll see you next time. Come with me to raid OP and give him some love. Say hi, and have a good one, everybody.
was in here already.
Yeah, he got out, and I hopped in. He got into the wrong cart.
The easiest way that I see this is going down south. There is a road that connects. Well, I mean,
I'm coming, sorry.
because we can't teleport here. But you can activate the Waystone. Lake View. Treat. This way. Damn, preserved champion roll right there. This way. Gotta love the medieval GPS.
Hope there's still enough of them to take this sucker. Of course, after doing the champion dragons, you know.
Well, we're going after a dragon right now. We're not going after a Cyclops yet.
Oh.
Green dragon, actually.
Oh, okay. That'll take about 3 minutes, maybe 2.
Yeah, as soon as this is over, I gotta go grab my blender and then start indoors dinner.
Oh, after the dragon?
Well, after the whole hunt is over.
Oh, yeah.
You know, those gorillas have a pretty long aggro.
Yeah, they do. It's the PvP aggro that they have. Because if you go to like Xanadu or something, you won't see the gorillas. But if you go to a PvP server, the gorillas are there. I believe they're the John Kellen or the Mulrahan guards. So if you're part of that kingdom, they won't attack you, but they'll attack any other kingdom.
Hi. I hate to interrupt.
Hello.
I'm being nosy, and I'm actually watching your stream right now, and you've been raided, and people are talking to you.
Oh
And
my
it's just sad
god!
to tell you.
See, nothing's on! Nothing is on! Like, my stream is broken. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm gonna bounce out of here.
Yes, this is factional fight. How you doing, bud? Yeah, this is where I've been hiding a little bit. Don't think he's noticed your race. I feel bad. I didn't have sounds on for some reason. My notifications are messed up in Streamlabs. It was so nice for her to pop in and say that. But yeah, this is Wurm Unlimited on the Otherlands server. It's a 10x 10x. So 10x skill gain, 10x action timer. I'm gaming with I'm hunting with Endor and Kitty and a few others that are running a little bit behind. it's a unique hunt, so we were just running around. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How was y'all's stream? And how's Wurm Online? Is it still as populated as it used to be? Take a right. And thank you for everybody who followed, by the way. If I didn't get your sound notification. I've been switching back and forth between game and map and game and map. Definitely has lost some population since the Steam launch, but is leveled off. Still enjoying it though. That's good. Yeah, I had it became too much for me. I took a break from gaming after Wurm Online. And then I come back to Otherlands, which I've been playing. How long have we been playing on Otherlands, Indoor?
What, 3, 4 years?
Probably close to the Wurm Unlimited launch, actually, probably.
Yeah.
What is this, Jackal? Would have looked like? No, this isn't Jackal. Jackal, I think, is the one that, like, you have a goal or something like that, and then the server resets, but the skills are bumped up. This is not Jackal. This is, just faster everything. But it's heavily modded.